One eats. Chapter 1. Have you ever called someone to wake up like that? Next chapter. Advertisement. Kronos, are you being lazy? On the second floor of the tavern, in a small bedroom. A little girl about 12 or 13 years old, with her hands on her waist, said angrily to Kronos in the room. In the face of the little girl's rebuke, Kronos didn't take it to heart. Instead, he responded mildly. I'll be down in a minute. Hearing Kronos' gentle voice, the little girl was stunned for a while. Originally, she was thinking of taking this opportunity to scold Kronos and suppress his arrogant arrogance. But now, with Kronos' gentle attitude, she suddenly didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a while, the girl stubbornly snorted. Humph. You better hurry up. With that, the girl ignored Kronos, turned and left the room. Watching the girl leave, Kronos said nothing. After a moment, Kronos whispered to himself. System, open the properties panel. Open black lens bracket ding. Panel is open. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host close black lens bracket. Kronos. Open black lens bracket prestige close black lens bracket. 80. Ability none. Open black lens bracket convening members close black lens bracket. None. Open black lens bracket possession close black lens bracket. Devil fruit 1. Open black lens bracket entrance to prize pool close black lens bracket close double angle bracket close black lens bracket. Looking at his own panel, there was only a prestige value of 80, and Kronos' heart was a little complicated. Advertisement. Is there no change today? More than a week. Whispering, Kronos stood up, left the room, and went downstairs. Just around the corner of the stairs, Kronos saw the tavern counter. The little girl who went upstairs to find her earlier was hit on the head with a knife by her mother. Boom. Oops. The little girl hugged her head and let out a cry, complaining with tears in her eyes. Mother, why are you hitting me? The tavern owner Erica glared at the little girl. Be honest, did you just bully Kronos again? The little girl turned her head in a guilty conscience and whispered softly. I didn't call him to get up. Erica frowned, a little unhappy. Did you call someone out of bed like that? I heard them all. Saying that, Erica raised her hand to give the little girl's head again. Just then, Kronos' voice came. Good morning, Auntie. Hearing the sudden voice, Erica and the little girl turned their heads subconsciously. I saw that Kronos had come downstairs and walked towards them with a smile on his face. As soon as she saw Kronos, the little girl snorted unhappily. Humph. It's okay if she doesn't hum. Erica immediately gets angry when she hums. The knife that had stopped originally hit her in the head again. Advertisement. Boom. Ouch. The little girl exclaimed again. What followed was Erica's displeased voice. Just play. The little girl muttered, but didn't dare to resist, so she left the counter embarrassed. Kronos, who saw this scene, didn't say anything. He could have said something nice to the little girl. But he didn't. Because he understands that this will only backfire. Saying a few kind words to the little girl will make Erica feel good and kind, and her favorability will increase. But at the same time, she will accuse the little girl of the wrong behavior again. And the little girl will hate herself even more. That's not what Kronos wants to see. It was morning, and there were no guests yet, so the tavern seemed a little quiet. Kronos came to the front desk, wiped the glass silently, and helped Erica with some chores. At this time, Erica sighed and said to Kronos, Hina is still young and ignorant. Don't take her words to heart. Hearing this, Kronos smiled. No, don't worry, Auntie. Hearing this, Erica fell silent for a while. Erica was still trying to console Kronos. She felt like she had a lot to say to Kronos, but now she didn't know how to say it. After a long silence, she said a word. Just treat this place as your own home. Advertisement. Hearing this, Kronos just smiled and responded. More than a month ago, Kronos crossed into this world. At that time, Kronos was almost starved to death from the beginning. The owner of this tavern, Erica, gave him a bowl of rice and kindly took him in. So, for Hina's previous rebuke, Kronos would not take it to heart. Even if Hina goes too far, Kronos doesn't get angry. The reason is because, at this moment, he is relying on others, and he is not qualified. The second reason is that Kronos has long regarded Hina as his sister. Of course, regarding Hina as his sister. Kronos didn't mention it to Erica either. Because of this, it will only increase Erica's goodwill towards herself. There is no point in just saying it is the reality that depends on what you do. Therefore, there is no need to mention and inform Erica about this matter. Chapter 2 Bandits come to the door, abnormal Kronos. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. There is actually a reason for not wanting Erica to remind her of her favorability. The first is because Erica is actually more partial to herself, an outsider, many times. As a result, he neglected his own daughter, Hina. This is also the root cause of Hina's dislike of seeing Kronos. But Kronos understands that Erica is often more partial to herself. It's because as a mother, she can't bear to see the misery of a child. So she took pity on her previous life and experience. However, Kronos was destined to leave the tavern and the small family soon after. If Kronos left, Erica and Hina had created a rift between mother and daughter. Then Kronos is truly ungrateful. Jingle bell. It was also at this moment that the wooden door of the tavern was pushed open. The wind chimes hanging on the wooden door also made a crisp sound. The visitor is an old customer of the tavern. And those who come to drink in the morning are usually old alcoholics who are familiar with the things in the tavern. As soon as he entered the door, the drinker sat down on the table next to him and shouted at the same time. Kronos, 2 glasses of spirits, ice. Hearing this, Kronos responded. Okay, wait a moment. Having said that, he started to get busy. As time passed, the number of drinkers in the tavern gradually increased. The pub also became lively and busy. The time was approaching noon, and the pub was half full. No new drinkers arrive. Kronos is also busy, gaining some free time. It was at this moment that Erica came over with a glass of juice. Advertisement. She smiled and handed the juice to Kronos. Thanks for your hard work. Looking at the juice in Erica's hand, Kronos was not polite. After taking the juice, he said something. Actually, I'd rather drink than juice. Hearing this, Erica immediately laughed and cursed. What do children drink? As soon as Erica said this, she was immediately heard by many alcoholics who were drinking. In an instant, there was a sound of roaring laughter in the tavern. Ha 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 ha. Erica is right, what do children drink? Ha ha ha. Listening to the teasing of the drinkers, Kronos smiled and didn't care. Because he is 18 years old, no matter which way he counts, he is already an adult. Erica said she was a child was just a joke, and since it was a fact that she was an adult, there was no need to take it seriously. Seeing a group of drinkers booing, Erica turned to point the finger at the drinkers and scolded with a smile. Go, drink yours, what's the matter with you? When the drinkers heard this, there was another burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha. However, such a happy environment did not last long. After a while, the wooden door of the tavern was violently kicked open. Boom. Immediately afterwards, a thick and low voice came. Noisy. As soon as these words came out, the entire tavern fell silent in an instant. All the drinkers looked at the door in unison. I saw a burly, middle-aged man with a long knife tied around his waist and a ferocious face walked in with a large number of people armed with weapons. Advertisement. Chaotic and clear footsteps echoed in the tavern. The drinkers around were all silent and didn't dare to say a word. At the counter, Kronos looked at the group of uninvited guests, his eyes narrowed. It's these guys again. Single quote. This group of uninvited guests are bandits entrenched on the back mountain. Kronos is no stranger to them either. Every once in a while, they would visit the pub to eat and drink for free. Pay. Non-existent. In the face of this group of vicious people, the tavern had no way to deal with it, and had to honestly give them what they wanted. Otherwise, smashing the pub is a trivial matter. When he came to the counter, the bandit king didn't even look at Kronos, and said coldly to Erica. Where's my wine? Hearing this, Erica immediately responded with a smile. It's inside, wait a moment, I'll get it for you right away. Saying that, Erica looked at Kronos. Go get some wine. Looking at Erica, Kronos didn't say much, turned and left the counter to get the wine. At this time, following the bandit king, a burly man with one eye suddenly turned his head and shouted at the surrounding drinkers. What are you looking at? Are you still going? As soon as these words came out, the drinkers were shocked and ran out of the tavern. Rumble rumble. After a while of panic, the tavern had no drinkers except for this group of bandits. It didn't take long for Kronos to arrive at the front desk with a load of barrels full of wine. The bandit king looked at the large barrels of wine and nodded with satisfaction. Without any nonsense, the bandits picked up the barrels filled with wine and left the tavern. Looking at the bandits who left, and at the empty wine table, Kronos asked softly. The drinks prepared for them this time are 2 barrels more than last time, why? Advertisement. Erica smiled slightly. Their appetite has grown. You probably didn't see it when you were busy on the second floor. The last time they saw there were only 6 barrels, they almost smashed the pub. After speaking, Erica also sighed helplessly. Alas, if you have 2 more barrels, you should have 2 more barrels. All 6 barrels are given, and it is not bad for these 2 barrels. If you lose a little, you will lose a little. It's always safe, isn't it? Hearing this, Kronos was silent for a moment. Then nodded. Kindness. Glancing at the empty tavern, Kronos spoke again. I'll go up first. Erica was stunned for a moment. Because of this situation in the past, Kronos would help clear the wine table before leaving. Today, something unusual. However, Erica didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. Well, you've worked so hard, go and rest. Without saying much, Kronos turned and walked up to the second floor. Chapter 3 The Fruit of Everyone, Among the Magical Beasts, the Form of Chaos. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Going up the second floor, back to his room, Kronos closed the door smoothly. After standing silently for a while, Kronos sighed silently and raised his hand slowly. System, take out the item. As soon as Kronos finished speaking, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Item has been taken out. Close black lens bracket. With the sound of the system. A devil fruit with black and white colors also appeared in Kronos' hands. Looking at the black and white pulp, Kronos felt a little melancholy. This devil fruit was obtained from the novice gift pack when Kronos activated the system more than a month ago. But Kronos never ate the fruit. The reason is not because the ability of this devil fruit is very useless. On the contrary, the ability of this devil fruit is not only ineffective, but also may be very powerful. This fruit is somewhat similar to the rubber fruit of the world protagonist Monkey D. Luffy. Do not. It should be said that it is somewhat similar to Luffy's fruit in the form of a human fruit, a phantom beast, and the sun god Nika. The black and white fruit of Kronos' eyes is called Renren fruit, Eudemons, chaos form. Close black lens bracket. Fortunately, in the last life of Kronos, he had a brief understanding of some mythological knowledge. Otherwise, he may not even know what chaos is. Advertisement. Similar to Nika, the sun god. Chaos is also a god. Perhaps the difference from Nika, the sun god, is that Chaos is the real god, not the god he is called. That is the ancient Greek mythology that was circulated in the last life of Kronos, where the blue star was located. Chaos. He is the first god in ancient Greek mythology, the oldest god, the first primitive god, and the first god born in endless time and space. It is the god of chaos, the primordial god. Also a symbol of void, order and darkness. From the moment he got the fruit, Kronos hesitated to eat it. Because even if this fruit is in the form of chaos, it cannot change the essence of devil fruit. Eat this fruit at a time, and Kronos will have the weakness of the fruit's ability, Seastone, Landlubber. Kronos didn't want to have weaknesses. So he decided to earn prestige first. As long as the prestige reaches 100, he can convene members in the system. With the help of members, Kronos doesn't need to eat devil fruit. But it backfired. Kronos persisted for more than a month, and the prestige value failed to break through 100. Now it is stuck at the value of 80, and there has been no movement for a week. It's like everything in the body needs to be broken and changed after he eats the fruit. Maybe after a month, 2 months, a year, or 2 years, Kronos will be able to earn 100 prestige. But now it looks like I can't wait that long. Those who have the ability to have fruit have weaknesses. Advertisement. Don't the other fruit powers live in peace? With that in mind, Kronos picked up the black and white devil fruit and took a small bite. Crack. The pulp made a crisp sound. Kronos swallowed the pulp without chewing. But even so, the taste of the fruit juice still lingered in the mouth, making Kronos' face a little distorted. Tisk. It's unpalatable. Although the taste is strange and unpalatable, it is nothing. Turning his head and looking behind him, Kronos stared silently in the direction of the counter on the first floor. Bandit. Increased appetite. Just wait. I'll make you lose your appetite. I will keep your mouths shut forever. Make up your mind. Kronos also left the second floor and left the tavern. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Before long, Kronos came to a quiet forest. He just got the fruit ability, and now he needs to go through a test. Advertisement. I saw him raise his hand, motivated by the ability of the fruit. A twisted ripple appeared in the void in front of him. Soon, the ripples disappeared and everything was calm. Although invisible to the naked eye. But Kronos can clearly feel that there is a cubic space in front of him, which has been mastered by himself. Just very quickly, this space only existed for 2 seconds, and then disappeared. But Kronos is not discouraged. He began to continue to use his abilities, groping for the power of this fruit. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. As Kronos keeps experimenting with the fruit's abilities, Kronos has also made a new progress in the control of ability. In the forest at this moment, there are fallen trees everywhere. These fallen trees all have one thing in common. Whether it is big or small, thick or thin, all are cut off. And the incision of the tree is very smooth, like jade. Obviously, these trees, without exception, are the obvious traces left by Kronos' testing ability. Chapter 4 Hina who fights with the air. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this point, Kronos was sitting on a tree stump that had been cut by himself. He raised his head slightly and looked at the little squirrel that was scurrying about in the air. From the perspective of the naked eye, the little squirrel is like a monster, which can be suspended in the air and can walk and jump in the air. But Kronos knew very well that the little squirrel was being imprisoned by him in a space of 1 cubic meter. Looking at the little squirrel in the air, who was running around in panic. Looking around again, Kronos couldn't help frowning and muttering to himself that the trees had been cut off by his spatial abilities. Is this the only power of this fruit? Obviously, Kronos is not satisfied with the strength displayed by this fruit. Even now, he has made great progress in the control of this ability, but he is still not satisfied. Although the current space ability is able to cut large trees. But this is just an opportunistic cut by Kronos using the boundary walls formed by the cubic space. This has huge loopholes and drawbacks. First, it takes a little time for the cubic space to form. Second, although the boundary wall of the cubic space can cut off any object, it is very thin, and the thickness may be the same as a hair. This way, as long as the target moves a little bit, it can dodge. Third, it is not yet possible to move the cubic space while forming the cubic space. After this series, the lethality of this ability has become very small now. The only thing that can work at the moment is perhaps the imprisonment and isolation of space capabilities. And that's clearly not what Kronos wants. Looking at his palm, Kronos became more and more suspicious. Is that the only power of the fruit of chaos? Is it only space capability? Or, the fruit of chaos has other abilities, but I didn't understand it. With this thought, Kronos fell into deep thought. After a few minutes, Kronos' eyes suddenly lit up, and a bold guess suddenly came to his mind. So much so that he stood up straight. No, chaos fruit should not only have spatial abilities. It definitely has other capabilities. Advertisement. Chaos. God of chaos, primordial god, elephant of void, order, darkness. Symbol. If the void represents space, does that mean that order and darkness are actually one of the abilities of the chaos fruit? If I guess right, if order represents the rules, then am I able to make the rules? With this guess, Kronos immediately looked at the little squirrel in midair, imprisoned by himself. It just so happens that you helped me complete the test. Having said that, Kronos continued to devote himself to the development of the fruit. On the other side, in the tavern, the visit of the bandit did not make much waves. Less than an hour after the bandit left, the wine drinkers came to the tavern one after another. At this time, there were not as many people in the tavern at the beginning, but also gathered a lot of drinkers. Hina, on the other hand, was sitting at the counter with her chin in her hand, her face gloomy. Erica, who was standing aside, had a panoramic view of the little girl. A little helpless, but also a little funny. Erica poured a glass of juice and came to Hina's side. He said while handing the juice to Hina, "Why are you so gloomy?" Hina turned her head and glanced at Erica, mumbled and took the juice, saying stubbornly, "I'm fine." Hearing this, Erica was amused on the spot. Some dotingly rubbed Hina's little head. Erica smiled. "What's on your mind, girl? Do you think I don't know?" While Erica rubbed her head, Hina drank the juice without saying a word. After a while, Erica also sighed helplessly. Alas, Kronos has been helping him all the time. He's also very tired and needs to rest. Don't exclude him so much, okay? Advertisement. As soon as Erica's voice fell, a cry came from the side of the wine table. "Little Hina, bring 2 glasses of spirits for uncle." Hearing this, Hina glanced in the direction of the wine table. Immediately afterwards, she took a sip of juice and said stubbornly, "I'll go get a drink." Saying that, Hina put down the juice, turned around and left to get drinks. Looking at her stubborn daughter, Erica felt a little complicated, but she didn't know what to say. Soon, Hina came to the wine table with 2 glasses of wine. The man at the wine table couldn't help but smile when he saw Hina, who was not tall, bring 2 glasses of wine. "Why are you here to help today? Where's Kronos?" As soon as she heard Kronos' name, Hina got angry. It really is which pot is not opened and which pot is lifted. HMPH, that lazy pig is probably still sleeping now. Hina snorted lightly, then turned and left. Sitting back at the counter with a sullen look, Hina muttered to herself, "It's been so long, why hasn't he come down yet? What is he doing?" While speaking, Hina was a little sullen. Suddenly, she found that Erica was not at the counter at this time, as if she had gone to the back room. He blinked, hesitated for a moment. Hina stood up and looked around. After confirming Erica's absence, Hina snorted suddenly. HMPH, I want to see, what the hell are you doing? Saying that, Hina quietly touched the second floor. Go to Kronos' bedroom door on the second floor. Looking at the closed bedroom door, Hina raised her hand and knocked twice. Boom. Boom. Hina waited for a moment in front of the door. But there was no response inside. Advertisement. This time, Hina was a little stunned. In the past, even if Kronos was sleeping, 2 knocks like this would wake him up. Why didn't you respond this time? Blinking, Hina was confused. Immediately afterwards, she increased her strength a little more, knocked on the door twice, and shouted softly at the same time. Boom. Boom. Kronos. After waiting for a while, there was still no response from the room. This strange phenomenon made Hina frown and call out again. Kronos. Still no response. After hesitating for a moment, Hina looked around with a guilty conscience. After confirming that no one was around, Hina opened the door again. Kronos. What are you doing? Are you there? Why don't you speak? If you don't speak, I can go in. I'm really in. After Hina finished speaking, she stood in front of the door and waited for a while. But still couldn't wait for Kronos' response. After hesitating again and again, Hina gritted her teeth and said again, I'm coming in. With that said, Hina opened Kronos' bedroom door. However, when she completely opened the door, but instead of seeing Kronos' body, he saw an empty room. Hina's pupils suddenly shrank uncontrollably. Kronos. Chapter 5 Guessing confirmed, making rules. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at the empty bedroom, a bad premonition suddenly rose in Hina's heart. Entering Kronos' room, Hina shouted while looking around. Kronos. Are you there? Don't hide. Come out quickly, it's not fun at all. I saw you all, Hina shouted, looking for Kronos in the room. However, she searched the room but couldn't find Kronos. At this moment, Hina was stunned. Looking at this neat and quiet bedroom, Hina suddenly became anxious for some reason. After a while, Hina hurried out of the back room and ran towards the first floor. As soon as they got down to the first floor, Hina saw Erica in front of the counter. He's gone. Mom, he's gone. Kronos is gone. Coming to Erica's side, Hina said eagerly, looking at his daughter's anxious look. Erica was also stunned. This little girl, why are you worried about Kronos? Wasn't she quite annoying and repelling Kronos? Thinking of this, she suddenly laughed and teased Hina. If he disappears, he will disappear. Don't you really want him to disappear? Obviously, Erica didn't care about what Hina said. Kronos was gone. Advertisement. But it wasn't because Erica didn't care about Kronos. It was because Erica was reassured that Kronos was a human being. Believe him, there should be something to do, so I went out. As for the danger, Kronos is an adult, and he is such a good person. What danger can he have in this small town? However, how can Hina, who is only 12 or 13 years old, see that this is Erica's aggressive method? Hearing Erica didn't care at all about Kronos' disappearance, Hina was even more anxious in her heart. No. No, I'm not. I don't want him to disappear. I don't. Looking at Hina with red eyes and incoherent speech, Erica also saw that it frightened her. Soon, Erica squatted down, hugged Hina in her arms, and stroked her little head. Silly girl, I'm joking. Kronos didn't just disappear, he just went out. Hina buried her head in Erica's arms and hugged Erica with a hint of crying. But I didn't see him come downstairs. Listen to Hina's voice with a hint of crying. Erica just wanted to slap herself hard right now. My unintentional sentence really scared Hina. Gently patted Hina's back, Erica comforted. It's just that you didn't see it. People don't disappear suddenly. Don't worry, he just went out and will be back later. Advertisement. Hearing Erica's words, Hina was silent. Just like that, she buried her head in Erica's arms. Seeing that Hina's mood had stabilized, Erica also said with a smile. You don't seem to. Don't hate him that much. This time, Hina immediately responded stubbornly. No, I hate him. Erica laughed dumbly when she heard the words, but didn't take it to heart. Meanwhile, in the woods, trying to customize Kronos' rule ability is like discovering a new continent. After trying for an hour, Kronos' conjecture was not only confirmed. The control of the fruit ability has also improved by leaps and bounds. Looking at the squirrel scurrying in midair, Kronos slowly raised his hand and whispered. Confinement. The voice fell, and the little squirrel was immediately frozen, unable to move at all. Kronos waved his hand, imprisoning the contact, and the squirrel moved again. But in the next second, Kronos pressed his hand. The rules of gravity immediately emerged, and the little squirrel suddenly fell from midair to the ground. Boom. There was a dull crashing sound. Advertisement. The body of the little squirrel fell heavily on the ground, fell to a bloody mess, and died on the spot. Even the ground, under the pressure of gravity, collapsed unbearably. Boom. But in an instant, a terrifying crack like a spider web appeared on the ground. At this time, Kronos also put away his abilities. Looking at the traces of the gravitational boost, Kronos couldn't help thinking. Are there only shallow traces? It seems that gravity is still a little bit worse. However, with these abilities, it's almost enough to deal with those guys. With that, Kronos turned and left the forest. At the beginning, only the space ability was tested, and Kronos' control of the fruit ability was very slow, as if a person was walking. But after experimenting with space ability and rule ability, Kronos' familiarity with Fruit Master became very fast. It felt like driving a car. However, the ability to rule is not everything. For example, rules such as making people die instantly cannot be formulated yet. I don't know if it's because of lack of ability, or because there is no reason to make it. Secondly, it can only be formulated in the space of its own master, and the spatial ability and the rule ability cannot be condensed and formulated at the same time. Both take time to form, and the stronger the effect, the longer it takes. But relatively, the consumption will be greater. Chapter 6 Beheading in the Street, Ruthless Kronos. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Leaving the forest, Kronos returned to the town. Looking up at the sky, the gray clouds seemed to indicate that it was going to rain. Crossing the street, Kronos came to a blacksmith's shop. Kronos, the owner of the blacksmith shop, knew him, and he was a regular customer of the tavern. Watching Kronos arrive, the owner of the blacksmith shop also stopped to strike, looked at Kronos with a smile and said, "Yo, Kronos. Why are you here? Want something to buy?" With a smile on his lips, Kronos looked at the blacksmith shop owner, pointed to the long knife hanging on the shelf not far away, and smiled. "I want to buy that knife, but I don't have any money with me now. Can I bring the money later?" Hearing Kronos' words, the blacksmith shop owner froze for a moment. Then he laughed and put down the guy at hand and walked towards the shelf beside him. "Ha ha ha ha, no problem, it's just a knife, I have more here, I can send it to you. However, you have to invite me to drink later." With that, the smithy owner picked up the long knife on the shelf and threw it to Kronos. Taking the long knife, Kronos smiled. "No problem." Kronos tied the long knife to his waist and left the forge after chatting with the owner of the forge. After that, Kronos strode straight in the direction of the bandit lair. Walking on the street with people coming and going, many people saw Kronos and took the initiative to say hello to him. And Kronos also responded one by one. At the same time, he also pondered his own fruit ability in his heart. "Now I have mastered space, rules, and two kinds of power. Corresponds to the void and order of chaos. But what kind of power does darkness correspond to?" As Kronos pondered, there was a sudden commotion in the street ahead. "Get out of the way, assholes." The loud screeching made Kronos look up. But I saw that 5 bandits with long knives around their waists were walking on the street at this moment. And the direction is towards Kronos. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Kronos smiled. "It's time to come." Single quote. While thinking about it, Kronos walked straight towards the bandit of the 5-man team. At this moment, people on the street are all afraid of bandits. And make way for it. Only Kronos, with a long sword around his waist, walked straight towards the bandit. Soon, people on the street recognized Kronos. "Look, isn't that Kronos from Erica's tavern? Why is he here? Damn, why did he walk towards those bandits? Kronos, get out of the way, they're bandits. Dangerous." Around, people's shouting prompts came. But Kronos was indifferent to this, and continued to walk towards the bandits. Seeing that Kronos was getting closer and closer to the bandit, the people around him immediately became anxious. But they were too afraid to hold Kronos. At this time, the bandits also noticed Kronos. Seeing Kronos, who not only did not make way for him, but was walking towards him, the bandit who was the leader of the 5 immediately frowned. "Who are you, kid? Don't you want to live?" Kronos didn't stop at the intimidation of the bandits. The distance between the two sides is also rapidly shortening. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Seeing Kronos walk in front of him, he didn't even want to let go. The bandit, who felt that his majesty was damaged, was immediately annoyed. "Bastard, since you want to die so much, then I'll give you a ride." After saying that, the leading bandit immediately pulled out the long sword from his waist. Clanging. Without words, the leading bandit slashed at Kronos with a knife. The townspeople who saw this scene couldn't help screaming at this moment, closed their eyes, and couldn't bear to look directly at this cruel scene. What? However, it was also at the moment when the leading bandit raised the long sword. There was a sudden hum in the air. Advertisement. In the next instant, the figure of the leading bandit, including the figure of the other 4 bandits, was suddenly imprisoned. Seeing that his body is no longer under his control, it is frozen in place. The raised long sword could not be slashed. A look of horror appeared on the face of the leading bandit. What did you do to me?" Staring at Kronos, the leading bandit swallowed. However, Kronos did not respond to the questioning of the leading bandit. Instead, he said something coldly. "Kneel down." Kronos' voice fell, and there was another deafening humming sound. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, a terrible pressure fell on the 5 bandits in an instant. Boom, boom, doom, accompanied by a muffled sound. The 5 bandits were all pressed to the ground by the strong gravity. That huge force even caused their knees to slam the ground into 2 pits. At the same time, there was a crisp bone-shattering sound. Crack, kick, The piercing pain stimulated the nerves, and the screams of the 5 bandits resounded through the surrounding streets. Hearing the surrounding people, they all froze in place, their faces full of disbelief. And Kronos, just standing in front of them, looked at them coldly. The bandits at this time were still imprisoned by Kronos, unable to move. It was also at this moment that Kronos pressed his right hand to the sound of the hilt. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp sound of the blade unsheathed. The 5 bandits present immediately trembled, and their pupils suddenly contracted sharply. What do you want to do? Advertisement. Do you know what terrible consequences you will have if you do this? If you kill me, you have to die too. Our bosses won't let you go. The lead bandit growled at Kronos in horror. He feels it. Feel the threat of death. This guy in front of him really wants to kill himself. He is not afraid of himself at all, not afraid of bandits. This is a lunatic. At this moment, Kronos' indifferent voice came out again. Soon your boss will go down to accompany you. You go down and wait. Between the words, Kronos slowly raised the long knife in his hand. Seeing this scene, the leading bandit was immediately frightened and cried. The previous tough attitude also disappeared at this moment. I saw him looking at Kronos in fear, and pleading with tears in his voice. No, 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 don't kill me, please, don't kill me, please. However, Kronos simply ignored the pleas of the leading bandit. Staring at him indifferently, Kronos slashed mercilessly. Shish. PFF'd. The head rolled down, and the warm and red blood splashed out. In the rear, the bandits who were also imprisoned and kneeled on the ground. When he saw his little leader, his head was beheaded, and he immediately showed a terrified and distorted expression. She was so frightened that she cried and cried. Dash. Chapter 7 Assemble the first member and destroy the bandit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This cruel and bloody scene frightened not only the bandits. There are also the townspeople on both sides of the street who stopped and watched. Seeing that Kronos showed no mercy, he cut off the head of the leading bandit with one knife. Everyone gasped in shock and covered their mouths to prevent themselves from screaming. Killed. Bandit. Killed. Kronos. At this moment, everyone's pupils were shrinking sharply, but they were shaking violently. The visual impact brought to them by the scene in front of them was too strong. They didn't dare to think that someone dared to kill the bandit. Bandits are a gang. There are many of them, occupying the mountain as the king, and each of them is a vicious person. There are not a few people who died at their hands. How dare they imagine that someone would dare to kill a bandit gang in the street? How could they have thought that this person who killed the bandit gang in the street? It turned out to be Erica Tavern, that Kronos who was always gentle and good-natured. At this moment, everyone was shocked. And Kronos, from start to finish, ignored the people standing on both sides of the street. Today, he is destined to be charged with murder. Even if the person he killed was a bandit. His reputation as a murderer will not change, and everyone will still fear him. Drip. The sharp knife was dripping blood, and Kronos walked towards the 4 remaining bandits. Watching Kronos approach. Advertisement. The 4 thieves were so terrified that their hearts were torn apart, tears streaming down their cheeks. No, don't kill me, Kronos, don't kill me. I haven't done anything bad. Kronos, please, I beg you, let me go. The bandits cried and wailed. But Kronos turned a deaf ear. The long knife was raised and swept away. Shish. The 2 heads flew up in unison. Gentle and bright red blood, at this moment, is like a spring, spraying into the air. PFF'd. Boom. Seeing that 2 more heads fell to the ground. The only 2 remaining psychological defenses directly broke the defense, and their spirits collapsed instantly. Ha ha ha. They were crying and laughing and crying, even incontinence. Death is terrifying, but torture is even more terrifying. Watching Shinigami approaching step by step, watching his accomplices die in front of him one by one, watching their terrifying dead images. I wanted to run away, but I couldn't. I want to struggle, but I can't move at all. Who can understand how desperate they are at this time? Shish. PFF'd. Another long knife tore through the flesh, and the sound of blood spraying out sounded. Advertisement. The 2 who had gone crazy finally got rid of the torture. The crying and laughter also stopped abruptly. At this moment, the whole street fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were on Kronos. The people shivered, watching Kronos in horror, covering their mouths tightly, not letting themselves make a sound. At this time, Kronos' clothes were stained red with blood. But he didn't care. Woo! Breathing out a mouthful of foul breath, Kronos put the long knife back into its sheath and continued walking towards the bandit lair. Before leaving, he said something calmly. After tonight, there will be no bandits here. And I will leave too. With that, Kronos walked away. That counts as Kronos, for over a month now. The kindness and care of the residents of the town is repaid. At this time, people also reacted, the consciousness of Kronos' words. He just said that after tonight, there will be no bandits here. Kronos, is he going to deal with the bandits alone? There are so many bandits, can he handle it alone? He's leaving. Kronos. At this moment, the people standing on both sides of the street were watching Kronos leave with complicated expressions. There are different emotions in people's hearts, there are fears, there are complaints and worries. But these are mostly the emotions of women and children. Most of the men looked at Kronos' back with only awe and solemnity in their eyes. Crossing the streets, Kronos walked alone for dozens of minutes and finally left the town. Advertisement. I set foot on the road to the back mountain, the lair of the bandits. It was getting dark and night was coming. There was also a drizzle in the sky. Kronos looked up at the sky. The system prompt sounded from his mind at this moment. Open black lens bracket ding. Congrats to the host for spreading the name and getting +3 prestige. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for spreading the name and getting +5 prestige. Close black lens bracket. ... Open black lens bracket ding. Congrats to the host for spreading the name and getting +10 prestige. Close black lens bracket. After a while, the system prompt gradually stopped, and Kronos also opened his own properties panel at one time. Open black lens bracket ding. Panel is open. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host close black lens bracket. Kronos. Open black lens bracket prestige close black lens bracket. 210. Ability, fruit of everyone. Open black lens bracket convening members close black lens bracket. None. Open black lens bracket holdings close black lens bracket. None. Open black lens bracket entrance to prize pool close black lens bracket close double angle bracket close double angle bracket close black lens bracket. Kronos couldn't help but murmured when he saw that the prestige had soared from 80 to 210. Sure enough, killing people makes money faster. 210, enough to gather members. Chapter 8 Conan comes on stage and gets Conqueror's hockey. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Glancing at the prize pool entry, Kronos immediately landed on the page. A separate option came to Kronos' eyes. Open black lens bracket call members 100 time close black lens bracket. Without much hesitation, Kronos pressed the option. The system prompt sound also sounded. Open black lens bracket ding. Prestige value -100. Open black lens bracket congratulations to host for successfully summoning the members of Hokage World, Conan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for the first time to call members and get the ability Conqueror's Hockey. Close black lens bracket. Accompanied by the system's beep. In the sky, countless pieces of white paper suddenly floated up. Crash. There was a sound from the fluttering of the paper. Soon, the pieces of paper fell quickly and gathered in front of Kronos. Shish. After a while, these white pieces of paper converged into the appearance of a person. Accompanied by a hum sound. The white piece of paper disappeared, replaced by a living person standing in front of Kronos. She was wearing a long black trench coat embroidered with red auspicious clouds, and her face was delicate and beautiful. He wears a paper flower on the right side of his head, and his short light blue hair flutters slightly with the breeze. Kronos is naturally familiar with the woman in front of him. Conan in the Hokage Akatsuki organization. Not only is he good looking, but he is also very powerful. Advertisement. Although it seems a little deserted, difficult to get along with. But Conan's character is actually very gentle and easy to get close to people. As the surrounding vision disappeared, Conan slowly opened her pale orange eyes. Looking at Kronos in front of him, Conan showed a faint smile. And Kronos, also said to Conan with a smile. Come on, we need to do a few things first. Hearing this, Conan didn't say much, just nodded in response. Kronos continued to walk towards the bandits' lair on the mountain. Conan, on the other hand, followed Kronos' side. Along the way, Kronos did not forget to chat with Conan a few times. You should know what my name is, right? Conan nodded. I know. You can call me by my name in the future, Kronos reminded, looking sideways at Conan. Right now, he is still a little unclear. The people summoned from the system will call themselves masters, or something. But honestly, Kronos didn't like the title master. If you want to say it, there is even a little exclusion. So just in case, it doesn't matter if Conan is calling himself master or his name. Give her a shot first. Lest his image of her collapse. Hearing Kronos' words, Conan also smiled and answered. It is good. A man and a woman walked together in this dark mountain path. Advertisement. As time passed, the rain also became heavier. But it was only from the previous drizzle, it became today's drizzle. At this time, Kronos and Conan had also arrived at the place where the bandits lived. At this time, it is located in the largest wooden house hall here. The bandit king is drinking and eating meat with more than 30 of his younger brothers. At this time, the hall was full of laughter, and it was extremely lively. Ha ha ha, it's so enjoyable, it's delicious. If she pays back that much this time, I'll smash her tavern. Hey, the boss is still mighty, don't need to say anything, the momentum alone scared Erica's girls into serving drinks. Boss, I'll give you a toast. Listening to the praise of the younger brothers, the bandit king also smiled, raised his glass and shouted. Drink. However, at this moment, the mutation bulged. At the moment when the bandit king's voice fell, there was a sudden loud noise from the door. Boom. The entire wooden door was immediately kicked away, and fell heavily into the banquet hall. Boom. This sudden scene immediately made the originally lively banquet hall fall into silence. So the bandits all looked out the door in unison. Under the gazes of everyone, two figures, a man and a woman, entered the banquet hall one after another. Da da da. Clear footsteps echoed in the quiet banquet hall. The bandit king, who was at the head, recognized Kronos in front of him, and immediately frowned. Before the bandit king could make a sound, there was a wine table not far from the door. Advertisement. A bandit immediately slapped the table angrily and stood up abruptly. Boom. Who are you bastards? How dare you? However, the bandit couldn't finish his words. Conan, standing beside Kronos, said nothing. He raised his hand and waved, and a piece of white paper suddenly flew towards the talking bandit with a sound of breaking the air. Shish. PFF'd. In the blink of an eye, the white piece of paper pierced the bandit's throat. The dark red blood splashed out, and the white paper was also dyed with dark red blood. Seeing this sudden scene, all the bandits present shrank their pupils sharply. There was an uncontrollable look of horror on his face. Don't say anything, just start killing. Single quote. This guy, is he crazy? Single quote. This is our territory. Single quote. The bandits stared at Conan, and there was already an uproar in their hearts. And the thief whose throat was pierced by a paper hole. He was clutching his neck that was bleeding crazily, his eyes trembling as he looked at Conan in a long black trench coat. At this moment, his heart was full of unbelievable shock. She dared to take action against herself without hesitation in front of so many people. Single quote. This is our chassis. Single quote. How dare she? Single quote. How dare she kill herself? Chapter 9 Slaughter. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Thump. The dull corpse of the bandit fell to the ground. The crowd suddenly woke up. The bandit king stood up abruptly, threw the wine glass angrily, and drank loudly. Boom. Kill them. With the sound of the bandit king burst out. The bandits also stood up one after another and drew out their weapons and long swords. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of continuous blade unsheathing sounded. A sharp blade appeared. The bandits raised their knives and shouted loudly. Chop them. With a loud shout, the bandits are about to kill Kronos and Conan. But Kronos didn't take it seriously. Clatter. As Kronos took each step, the rules of gravity dropped abruptly. Boom. In an instant, the bandits who had just stood up all knelt down. Plop. Plop, plop, kacha, kacha, kacha. Uh, uh. A cry of pain resounded throughout the banquet hall. Under the terrifying gravity of Kronos, the bandits collapsed and cracked directly on the wooden floor. Terrifying cracks like spider webs spread across the floor of the hall. Advertisement. The current bandits have a mountain of pain on their shoulders. The powerful oppression made it extremely difficult for them to breathe. But Kronos didn't look at the bandits, and continued to walk towards the bandit king. Seeing that his younger brothers all lost their ability to resist, the bandit king was also a little scared at the moment. Watching Kronos walking towards him step by step, the bandit king involuntarily took 2 steps back. His eyes trembled like an earthquake. But soon, he understood that retreating is not the answer at all. The gate was still behind Kronos and them. To escape, you must defeat Kronos. Knowing this, the bandit king was not flinching. He drew his long sword and charged towards Kronos. Don't be too proud, asshole. However, Operation Bandit King, at this moment Kronos who owns Conqueror's Hockey. It's too slow. It is different from the case of obtaining fruit ability. The fruit ability needs to be explored and developed by Kronos himself. But the ability directly obtained from the system is completely controlled and proficient. Facing the rushing Bandit King, Kronos didn't hesitate, and directly pulled out the long sword from his waist. Clanging. Shish. PFF'd. The cold light flashed by Bansu, and the entire arm of the Bandit King holding the knife was directly chopped into the air. The dark red blood also sprayed out like a spring. CCC. The Bandit King held down his bloody arm and fell to the ground in pain. Advertisement. After a while, blood stained the floor red. And Kronos, carrying the long knife that was still dripping blood, came to the Bandit King. He asked in a cold voice, "How many of you are there?" Kronos didn't know what was going on inside the bandit. He knew that the number of bandits was large, but he did not know the exact number. Now since we want to sweep the bandits, that is naturally to cut the weeds and roots, and leave no one behind. Otherwise, after he left, the lucky thief who survived might bring disaster to Erica. However, faced with Kronos' inquiries, the Bandit King didn't take it seriously. The intense pain caused by the broken arm made him burst into tears. In between he glared at Kronos and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Wait, boy, you will pay for what you did today. Not only you, but Erica and her daughter will have too." Seeing that the Bandit King answered nonsense, Kronos didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. Directly cut off his head. Shish. PFF'd. The head rolled to the ground. Kronos turned to the bandit on the other side. The bandits at this time, after witnessing this ferocious scene, were already trembling with fright, and they were as quiet as a cicada, not daring to take a breath. Coming to a bandit, Kronos continued to repeat the previous question. "How many of you are there?" The thief who was questioned was shaking like a sieve. He looked at Kronos with tears in his eyes, pleading in his eyes. I don't know. I just joined." Advertisement. Before the bandit could finish his sentence, Kronos mercilessly slashed his sword and beheaded him next time. PFF'd. Walking up to a bandit again, Kronos spoke up. Next. This time, the thief lowered his head and said the number tremblingly. 3.35 people. Hearing the answer, Kronos looked up and glanced around the ballroom. Right now, there are 38 people in the banquet hall, plus the 5 people killed outside. If nothing else, the number should be 43. With a number in mind, Kronos said coldly. "The number is wrong." With that said, Kronos slashed him with another slash. PFF'd. Next. Just like that, Kronos asked one by one. Dead wrong. Unspeakable death. Over 43, and those who can't tell where the others are is also dead. Kronos slashed, and the bandits were beheaded one by one. Kronos is not surprised by this situation. Because for an ordinary bandit who does evil, an unrestrained ordinary bandit, who cares about how many people do they do? Knowing that no one dares to provoke him, he can run amok in the town. That's enough. Aside, Conan just stood quietly, watching all this indifferently. She didn't think there was anything wrong with Kronos' actions. If it weren't for her not knowing what Kronos really wanted to do. She didn't even want Kronos to shoot. Instead, do it by yourself. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Return to the tavern and say goodbye to Erica. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After killing several in a row, the spirits of the bandits were also tortured and collapsed by Kronos. Many people went crazy. But Kronos didn't care. If they are crazy, they will be crazy. If they can't give the answers they want, they will kill them anyway. As for whether to be in a hurry, Kronos is naturally not in a hurry. Anyway, there are still many people. PFF'd. As another bandit fell and died. In the crowd, someone finally couldn't bear the torture and shouted loudly. I know how many people there are. Hearing the sound, both Kronos and Conan looked at them at the same time. But he saw a thin man, shaking his hands, looking at Kronos with fear. Seeing that someone was willing to speak, Kronos spoke softly. You say. The thin thief swallowed hard, his voice trembling. 43. There are 43 of us in total. It's true, I have calculated it, please believe me. There are 5 more people, going to the town. At this time, they should be almost back. I told you all. Please, no, please, let me go. After that, the bandit kowtowed at Kronos. And after hearing what the bandit said, a smile appeared on Kronos' face. The numbers, once right. Advertisement. In this way, there are no fish that slip through the net. With the answer, Kronos looked at Conan beside him and spoke calmly. Not a single one. As soon as these words came out, the bandits present were all stunned. In the next second, the bone-chilling chill went from head to toe, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The bandit who kowtowed to Kronos. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Kronos in horror. No, don't kill me. I told you. You have to believe. Puff, puff, puff. I didn't give the bandit a chance to finish his words. Conan and Kronos have already shot at the same time, reaping the lives of the bandits. This is also the shrill scream, which is especially harsh. Soon after, there was no one alive in the entire banquet hall. The dark red blood stained the floor, and the strong bloody smell was pungent. Outside the house, Kronos closed his eyes and tilted his head. Let the cold rain wash the bloodline on his body. That's when Kronos suddenly felt. The rain stopped. But the rain is still there. He opened his eyes suspiciously. But Kronos saw only above him, a white wing blocking the rain for his own. Looking sideways, Conan was standing quietly beside him. Seeing Kronos looking over, Conan spoke. Advertisement. You'll catch a cold. ... On the other side, in the pub. Hina held her cheeks and kept her eyes on the door. Some sleepy yawns, Hina can't help whispering. Where the hell did this guy Kronos go? It's so late, why haven't you come back? While Hina muttered, Erika's voice suddenly came from behind her. Hina, why don't you go to bed? There are no customers in the tavern now, so there is no need to help. Listening to Erika's shout, Hina turned her head and responded. I'm not sleepy yet, I'm going to bed later. At this time, there were no drinkers in the tavern. In the past, at night, it was the time when there were many drinkers. Although it is raining now, but in the past rainy days, the passenger flow will not decrease too much. It's a bit strange tonight, there's not a single guest. Bandits Station. Kronos set fire to the entire wooden house here. The raging fire rose into the sky, reflecting the surroundings as bright as day. Kronos and Conan, clad in black raincoats, stood silently to one side, watching the burning wooden house. At this time, the wooden house that was braving the raging fire suddenly collapsed, with the crackling sound of burning wood in the middle. Boom. Advertisement. Crack, crack. Seeing this, Kronos didn't linger and greeted Conan. Let's go. There's one last thing left. When we're done, we'll leave. Yes. Conan nodded in agreement, carrying a bag of gold coins looted from the bandits, and followed Kronos. A man and a woman, 2 figures in black raincoats, went down the mountain like this. Go in the direction of the town tavern. Go back to the town and walk the streets. The surroundings were extraordinarily silent, and almost every household turned off the lights. Kronos and Conan were both walking unhurriedly in the rain. After a while, Erika's tavern caught the eyes of both Kronos and Conan. At this time, the lights were still on in the tavern, and it was obvious that Erika had not rested. In the tavern, Erica and Hina were still on the first floor. At this time, Erica was persuading Hina to go upstairs to sleep. Don't wait. Go to sleep. It's raining outside now. Maybe Kronos forgot to bring his umbrella and stayed overnight. Tomorrow morning, he will be back. Listening to Erica's words, Hina was about to say something. Suddenly, the wind chimes on the wooden door rang. Jingle bell. A figure in a black raincoat also walked in. The person here is Kronos. Dash. Chapter 11. A rainy night with a knife and no umbrella. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Da. Clear footsteps echoed in the tavern. Kronos led Conan into the tavern slowly. Seeing that Kronos was back, a smile appeared on Erica's face. Before Kronos could say anything, Erica asked a couple of related questions. Are you back? Have you eaten yet? At this time, Hina on the side watched as Kronos not only came back so late, but also came back with a woman. Immediately a little unhappy, some sullen hands on the waist, Hina opened the mouth. You still know. But this time, Erica on the side did not give Hina a chance to finish her words. A hand knife hit Hina on the head. Boom. Ouch. Hina exclaimed in pain. Erica followed closely. Okay. Now that Kronos is back, it's time for you to go to bed too. Erica was also a little helpless about her rising daughter who didn't mean it to her heart. Obviously worried about Kronos, looking forward to Kronos' return. But now that they are back, they have to say something ugly. Covering her head, Hina looked at Erica with some grievances. Nor was she showing her stubborn temper. Oh, muttering, Hina slowly turned around and walked towards the second floor. Kronos, who was beside him, just looked at him with a smile on his face and said nothing. Watching Hina step up the stairs, Erica also set her eyes on Kronos. I'll go and warm up the food for you, it will be ready soon. There were a lot fewer drinkers tonight, so I made a big dinner on purpose. Saying that, Erica was about to head towards the back room. Advertisement. But at this moment, Kronos raised his hand and stopped Erica. Don't bother, Aunt Erica. Hearing this, Erica, who was about to walk towards the back room, was stunned for a moment. Subconsciously turning her head to look at Kronos, Erica's face was puzzled. But she saw the same smile on Kronos' face. He spoke in a calm and gentle voice. I'm here to say goodbye. As soon as Kronos said this, Erica's pupils contracted slightly uncontrollably. On the stairs, Hina had just stepped into the corner of the stairs. After hearing Kronos' sudden words, the whole person froze and stayed in place. As if she couldn't believe her ears, Hina suddenly turned her head and looked at Kronos on the first floor. At this moment, her eyes trembled slightly unconsciously, and her eyes were full of disbelief. She didn't make a sound. He just stood there silently, staring at Kronos without blinking. The first floor was quiet for a while. Erica also watched Kronos for a while. After a while, she asked rhetorically. It's so late now, why don't you have something to eat and take a night's rest? But in response, Kronos shook his head. No, I'm just here to say goodbye to you, and I'll be leaving in a while. Has it been decided yet? Erica asked rhetorically. Kronos nodded. After receiving an affirmative answer, Erica also showed a relieved smile. That's it. Returning to the counter, Erica suddenly wiped the wine glass nonsensically. After a while, she asked again. Advertisement. Have you decided where to go? It didn't mean to hide Erica's intentions. Kronos said quietly. Go to sea. And Erica, who heard Kronos' answer, didn't think much of it. After all, if you leave the town, you have to go to sea. That's when Kronos said where to go. On the stairs, Hina's voice suddenly came. Going to sea is very dangerous. Sea. There are pirates in the sea. It's nice to be here, isn't it? The sudden sound made Erica, Kronos, and Conan turn their heads to look at them. Kronos didn't respond, smiled and said nothing. Yes. Going to sea is dangerous. There are pirates in the sea. But you girl may never think of it. When I go out to sea, I am going to be a pirate, right? Hina went downstairs again and came to Erica's side. Unexpectedly. This time, Erica wasn't urging Hina to go to bed. But let her stay here. What she wanted to say had been said, what Erica wanted to know, and Kronos had told her. Now is the time to leave. With that in mind, Kronos took out a heavy bag of gold coins and placed it in front of the counter. Despair. It's a little gold, not a lot. Seeing Kronos suddenly take out a large bag of gold coins, Erica was also surprised. Quickly pick it up and give it back to Kronos. Advertisement. But Kronos put his hand on the purse one step ahead of her. You can take it with confidence. I don't have anything left to do. I have been taking care of you for more than a month. After saying this, Kronos withdrew his hand, turned and walked out of the tavern. But just as Kronos and Conan were about to leave the tavern, Erica's voice came out again. Wait a moment. Kronos looked back, but I saw that Erica had poured a glass of wine and placed it in front of the counter. At least before leaving, have a drink. Hearing this, Kronos is not hypocritical. He turned back and picked up the glass of wine. This time, it's not about juice. With a smile on his lips, Kronos drank his glass in one breath. Despair. The wooden wine glass fell on the counter with a soft sound. Erica's voice also came out once. Safe travels. Kronos nodded and turned his gaze to Hina. He opened his mouth with a smile. Listen to your mother's words. Goodbye, little girl. With that, Kronos and Conan walked out of the tavern. Erica and Hina, on the other hand, stood where they were, silently watching them leave. Watching them, walking on the dark and silent road in the rainy night. Asterisk. Advertisement. Chapter 12. New member. Wuho Satoru boarded the ship. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The next day, it was just dawn. Above the vast sea, Kronos and Conan left the town in a wooden boat. At this time, they have been out to sea for a while. Looking back, the island where the town is located can no longer be seen. At the same time, the system's prompt sound suddenly echoed in Kronos' mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for spreading the name and getting +5 prestige. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congrats to the host for spreading the name and getting +20 prestige. Close black lens bracket. ... Open black lens bracket ding. Congrats to the host for spreading the name and getting +10 prestige. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket prestige. Close black lens bracket. 320. Seeing that he suddenly gained more than 200 prestige points, Kronos couldn't help but feel a little lost. Conan on the side saw the strangeness of Kronos at a glance, and asked aloud. What's wrong? Kronos shook his head and laughed. It's nothing, it's just a good thing happened suddenly. Having said that, Kronos has entered the system page. Now that there is prestige now, it is natural to gather members and strengthen themselves. Open black lens bracket convening members 200 time close black lens bracket. Looking at the button, the required prestige has doubled from the last time. Kronos didn't care either, and just clicked summon. With Kronos' choice confirmed, the system's prompt sound echoed in his mind again. Open black lens bracket ding. Prestige -200. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the members of the World of Spells, Gojo Go. Close black lens bracket. The system's voice fell. In the air, there was a sudden humming sound. Advertisement. Buzz. The next second, a tall man wearing a black blindfold, with short silver white hair, appeared in the air. Look at Kronos and Conan on the wooden boat below. Gojo Satoru immediately showed a happy smile and raised his hand to greet Kronos. Yo, Captain. ... Meanwhile, the small town island. On a mountain once occupied by bandits. A large number of town residents gathered here, including many women and children. But without exception, at this moment, they were all looking at the piece in front of them with disbelief, which was burned into a dark ruin by the flames. Guru. The sound of swallowing saliva sounded. People stared blankly at the ruins in front of them, their faces full of shock and disbelief. He did it. Kronos really did it. Unbelievable. There are dozens of bandits entrenched here. Amazing. So many bandits, all solved by Kronos alone. So, Kronos, is it so powerful? Too strong. With my own strength, I fought dozens of people alone and destroyed the entire bandit group. Such a powerful strength is like a god. Who would have imagined that such a kind Kronos who helped in the tavern would be so powerful? This scene at the moment is undoubtedly a strong shock to people's body and mind. Last night, many people had already seen the raging fire rising here. However, because it was at night, people were afraid to check the situation. Advertisement. Today, in the early morning, a large number of town residents have gathered here. Who would have thought that a person who has been in the tavern without showing anything but looking kind and talking? One day, there will be 5 thieves beheaded on the street. Who would have thought that Kronos, who was still worried by them at first, would be revenged by the bandits? To be able to destroy the entire bandit group with the power of one person. Meanwhile, in the tavern, neither Erica nor Hina knew what Kronos was doing. Whether it was yesterday afternoon, Kronos killed 5 bandits in the street. Last night, Kronos destroyed the whole band of bandits. Neither Erica nor Hina knew. And Kronos, until he left, didn't tell them. Hina changed her past escape. Now, she is sitting on the side with a listless face, staring blankly at the direction of the door. Inexplicably, Hina feels much quieter today than ever before. This made her a little uncomfortable. Is it my illusion? Why does it feel so quiet after Kronos left? On the other side, Erica sits at the counter. He also stared at the door a little distracted. After Kronos was gone, she always felt empty. At this moment, it is almost noon, and there is still not a single drinker in the tavern. It would be better if it was still raining. But now it's sunny outside and the sun is shining brightly. The tavern still has no customers, which is very unusual. Oh, why don't you take a day off today? Erica sighed softly. Advertisement. Originally, Kronos' departure made her in a bad mood. Now that there are no drinkers, then just take this opportunity to have a good day off. Thinking so, Erica stood up and walked towards the wooden door. Be prepared to change to the sign that it is closed for business, and close for a day off. However, when she came to the door of the tavern, changed the sign, and was about to close the door, a burst of dense footsteps suddenly entered her ears. Da 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 da. Hearing the sudden, dense and messy footsteps, Erica was also slightly startled. Before she could react, she heard shouts one after another. Kronos! Kronos! Hearing such a shout, Erica and Hina in the tavern trembled. He raised his head sharply and looked at the road extending in front of the tavern. Kronos! He is back! Hina stood up and quickly ran to the door. However, when she came to Erica's side and looked in the direction the road extended, what they saw was not Kronos. Instead, a large group of people came to the tavern. The black crowd thumped, and people chanted Kronos' name. There was an uplifting and excited smile on his face. At this moment, Kronos, who alone destroyed the entire bandit group, in the eyes of town residents, has become a hero. Asterisk. Advertisement. Chapter 13. The person who deserves the most honor is missing. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at these abnormal residents, Erica and Hina were both stunned. When have they seen this scene? What happened to them? What did Kronos do? Hina tugged Erica's shirt a little scared. However, even if Hina asked, Erica herself didn't know. Seeing that the crowd is getting closer and closer to the tavern, Erica also plucked up her courage and took 2 steps forward to ask. It's just that she hasn't waited for her words to come out. The crowd who went to the tavern greeted Erica with smiles on their faces. Yo, Erica. Hey, lady boss, good morning. With a simple greeting, everyone began to ask about Kronos. Erica, where's Kronos? Yes, madam, where's Kronos? Why didn't you see anyone else? Are others okay? Is there anything we can do to help? Need medicine? Yes, Kronos should need medicine. I brought it all. I can also show him the wound. Yeah. Everyone talked with each other enthusiastically and with concern. For a while, Erica at the door was ignored. But Erica, who didn't know why, was stunned again when she looked at the attitude of everyone. So much so that she is a little overwhelmed standing at the door now. On the other side, the little girl Hina looked at this scene, her eyes widened. His expression was full of disbelief. These people are all here to find Kronos. Single quote. Why do they care so much about Kronos? Single quote. What did Kronos do to deserve such a reputation? Single quote. Advertisement. A strong curiosity sprouted in Hina's heart. So now that she is eager to know what happened, what exactly did Kronos do? Pulling on Erica's shirt again, Hina whispered at Erica. Mother, Erica glanced at Hina when she heard the sound. Now she can understand that these people are not here to trouble Kronos. Instead, they looked more like a thank you to Kronos. However, Erica is curious to know what happened now, though. But rather than asking, Erica told everyone that Kronos had left. Everyone. You listen to me first. Along with Erica's voice, everyone looked over. Then, I heard Erica speak again. Kronos is no longer here. He left the tavern last night and went to sea. As soon as Erica said this, the crowd instantly quieted down. After a while, a middle-aged man sighed. Oh, it turns out that he has left. As soon as the middle-aged man's words came out, they immediately resonated. Others also spoke with some regret. I thought he would take at least a day off before leaving. Unfortunately, I haven't had a drink with him yet. Well, why does Kronos have to be in such a hurry? Everyone said sadly. But Erica on the side didn't want to listen to their regretful words. At this moment, she just wanted to know what happened in the middle. Turning slightly sideways, Erica gave way to the tavern, and said to the crowd with a smile on her face. Everyone is here, why don't you go in and have a drink? I'm a treat, and there are enough drinks. Advertisement. I just want people to tell me what happened, what Kronos did. Hearing Erica's words, everyone couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, and asked in surprise. Huh, Madam Boss, don't you know? Kronos didn't tell you. Erica heard the words, the expression on her face was obviously a little lost. I saw she shook her head slightly, but said nothing. Seeing this, everyone turned to look at each other again. After a while, a burst of heroic laughter came out. Ha ha ha, that kid Kronos didn't tell the proprietress about you, so let's talk about it. That's right. But Erica, it's fine if you invite us to drink. This wine, we want to drink it. But it must not be drunk for free, or I will be really sorry for Kronos. During the conversation, everyone poured into the tavern one after another. The tavern, which was originally empty, was full in an instant, and there were so many people that it was impossible to sit down. But even so, no one left. There is a place to sit. No seat, are standing or sitting on the wall and drinking on the ground. Even standing and drinking. Too busy. It doesn't matter. The drinkers not only do it themselves, but also help to pour the wine. At this moment, the tavern was full of laughter. Everyone was drinking strong wine and expressing their hearts freely. And Erica and Hina finally know everything under the narration of the drinker. Knowing that Kronos killed 5 bandits with one knife and one knife on the street. Knowing Kronos, he rushed to the bandit king's lair and destroyed the entire bandit group overnight. At this moment, tears welled up in Erica and Hina's eyes uncontrollably. They don't even need to see it with their own eyes. Just listening to the statement, they already knew the danger. So this is awe. So this is awe. Advertisement. So this is awe. The same words were murmured 3 times in succession. At this moment, Erica and Hina finally understood the real reason for Kronos' abnormal behavior yesterday. Perhaps the residents of the town do not know the reason. But at least, Erica knew. Ever since the bandits' request at noon that day, Kronos has been in an abnormal state. Presumably at that time, he already understood that the bandit who had a bigger appetite would be a threat to his mother and daughter taking photos, right? When he went out, he did not hesitate to put himself in danger, and it was also to protect his mother and daughter, right? In the end, he didn't tell himself because he was afraid of himself, and he was afraid that he was a murderer, just like everyone else, right? Erica at this time, she wants to go back to last night. How I want to go back before Kronos left and tell Kronos that she won't be afraid. Obviously Kronos has done so much for his mother and daughter. But their mother and daughter knew nothing, and couldn't even say thank you. This is too much for Kronos. Quietly wipe away the tears. Erica looked up and looked around. The pub was overcrowded, filled with drinkers, and everyone toasted and celebrated with laughter. But among so many people, in this celebration of laughter and laughter, one less Kronos. Without him, the person who should have been praised by everyone. Without him, the person who should sit here the most. The only one missing is him, the person who deserves the most honor at this moment. The story of the tavern town has come to an end. This story is a bit more sophisticated, so there are more supporting roles. There will be no supporting role in the back that can have this treatment, and the protagonist group will take off. In addition, the author is still a little nervous about this plot. If you can, please leave some opinions in the comment area. Does this plot look good to you? Or, giant water. Asterisk. Advertisement. Chapter 14 Supernova, Jewelry Bonnie. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Grand Line, a certain sea area. The sun was shining brightly, in a small wooden boat with 3 people. Do you think? The boat is a little crowded. Gojo Satoru sat on the side of the boat, and said softly, somewhat restrained. Conan on the side listened and nodded in agreement. There is one thing, after all, there is no budget for your position in the beginning. Gojo Satoru turned his head to look at Conan who was beside him, a little helpless. You're too hurtful to say that, aren't you? When Conan heard this, he readily apologized to Wuho Gadao. Feel sorry. But in the next second, Conan suddenly asked another question. You're wearing this, can you see it? Gojo Satoru smiled slightly, and said in a slightly unserious tone. Of course you can. On the other hand, Kronos didn't answer. At this moment, he is looking at his attribute panel. Open black lens bracket host close black lens bracket. Kronos. Prestige 120. Ability Fruit of Everyone. Observation Hockey. Armament Hockey. Conqueror's Hockey. Open black lens bracket convening members close black lens bracket. Conan, Gojo Satoru. Open black lens bracket holdings close black lens bracket. None. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket entrance to prize pool close black lens bracket close double angle bracket close double angle bracket close black lens bracket. Entering the prize pool, the button to call members also appeared in front of Kronos. Open black lens bracket call members 400 time close black lens bracket. Unsurprisingly, the prestige required to convene members rose again, and it doubled. According to such a growth method, the prestige value required in the future will be extremely huge. But fortunately, the members gathered are very strong. Thinking about it, as long as it can be maintained, it is not too difficult to gain prestige in the future. Exiting the system page, Kronos looked up. He looked at Gojo Satoru and Conan, then looked at the small wooden boat below, and then whispered softly. It seems that we have to find a chance to change to a bigger ship. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. After 7 days, a certain sea area, located above the calm sea. Flags painted with skulls squeaked in the sea breeze. 2 ships of similar size are now leaning against each other. Chang. Chang. PFF'd. PFF'd. The crisp sound of fine iron clashing, the screams of flesh and blood being scratched, and the pop of blood sprayed continuously. The 2 ships, with different people on both sides, were already caught in a melee at this moment. And on the mainsail, the iconic skull pattern declares that they are pirates. Gia haha. Are you all that capable? Advertisement. We'll let you go if you hand over the treasure. A burly man with a giant axe shouted with a loud laugh. And the other side. A young man with a long knife and dressed in a Western cowboy style couldn't help sneering when he heard this. Hey, open your eyes to see clearly, it's you who are at a disadvantage. Your people are dying, how dare you shout like this? Hearing this sudden reminder, the burly man was also surprised. He turned his head sharply and looked around. After scanning around, he realized that it was just as the young man said. Most of the people on my side have fallen by now. Seeing this scene, the strong man was furious. I saw him holding a giant axe, pointing at the young man and shouting angrily. You goddamn. However, before the burly man finished speaking, a slender woman with long pink hair suddenly ran straight towards him. Don't get in the way. The pink-haired woman gave a low drink. Immediately afterwards, a pink light rose in her hands. Before the burly man could react, the woman with long pink hair jumped up behind the burly man. Boom. A soft sound came, and the pink long-haired woman slapped the burly man on the shoulder. In the next moment, the man who was originally a strong and burly man. In a moment, he turned into the appearance of a child. Advertisement. Looking at his childlike appearance and those tender hands with a look of astonishment, the strong man couldn't help exclaiming. What is this? What's wrong? I've become a child. At this time, the woman with long pink hair was still traveling through the chaotic battlefield. The cowboy-style youth couldn't help but shouted with a smile when he saw her coming. Captain Bonnie. Hearing the shouting, Bonnie didn't turn his head back, and responded angrily. Stop chattering. Bonnie. Captain of the Bonnie Pirates, one of the 11 supernovas. Full name, Jewelry Bonnie. Hearing Bonnie's unhappy response, the young man's face was not only not disappointed, but his smile became wider. The captain worked so hard. You can't be lazy. Thinking so, the young man moved his muscles and bones a little. However, just when he was about to find his next target, he saw, however, that a figure suddenly fell from the air and landed firmly on the bow of the ship. Clatter. It was a man with a black blindfold and short silver-white hair. And he is also Wudiawu. Looking at the fiercely fighting crowd below, Gojo Satoru's smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's so fun. Asterisk. Advertisement. Chapter 15. It's because you're weak, boy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It seems to feel the gaze being watched. Gojo Satoru turned his head slightly and looked in the direction of the youth. As he felt, the young man dressed in cowboy style was staring straightly at this moment. Seeing this scene, Wudiawu did not panic, nor did he avoid it. Instead, he raised his hand enthusiastically and greeted him. Yo, boy. Seeing this scene, the young man's brows suddenly wrinkled. He could be sure that the man with the black blindfold and short silver-white hair was definitely not his companion. First, most of the companions on the boat wore Western cowboy style. Secondly, I have never seen him at all. Here, there have been no newcomers on board for a long time. Right now, the two pirate groups on both sides are at war. Since the other party is not a companion, it is an enemy. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the young man's face. Yo, hello. After saying that, the young man clenched his long saber and made a steep leap towards Wuho Satoru. He looked at the young man who came straight at him. Gojo Satoru was still standing on the bow of the boat with a smile on his face, with no intention of evading. But in a moment, the young man appeared in front of Wuho Satoru. Hey, did you fail to react because you were afraid? With a playful low laugh, the young man raised his long knife and slashed towards Wuho Satoru. Advertisement. Shish. The sound of the blade slashing through the air came. But Wuho Satoru, who faced this scene, not only did not move, but also showed a smile. In the next second, there was only a sound of boom. The long knife that the young man slashed with a single blow was actually hovering 10 centimeters in front of Wuho Wu's body, unable to penetrate even a single point. Facing this sudden scene, the young man's pupils immediately shrank uncontrollably. Stop. Stop. Single quote. Why? Single quote. My sword can't cut him. Single quote. The young man was horrified. At this time, Wuju's voice also came out. I saw him spread his hands with a smile on his face, and responded with an indifferent face. Haha. No more. It's because you're weak, boy. Hearing this, the young man was shocked. I saw him staring at Gojo Satoru, and the anger in his heart erupted at this moment. You bastard. The young man let out an angry roar with blue veins on his forehead. Raising his long sword, he slashed towards Wuho Satoru with all his might. However, before his long sword fell, even he himself hadn't reacted. Wuho Satoru's figure disappeared in front of his eyes. The young man's pupils shrank, and he was about to look for Wuho Satoru's figure. Advertisement. But as soon as he turned his head, a fist hit him head on. Boom. The dull sound of blows came out, and Wuho Satoru just punched the young man directly like a kite with a broken string, and flew out backwards. It slammed heavily on the deck of the ship. Call out. Boom. Boom. A huge roar resounded, shattered pieces of wood flew across, and smoke and dust were everywhere. The terrifying movement immediately stopped the movements of the people who were fighting fiercely, and invariably looked in the direction of the rising smoke. What happened? This movement. Who is it? For a time, everyone looked at the place where the smoke and dust rose, a little surprised. When a gust of sea breeze blew, taking away the thick smoke and dust, it revealed the young man who had passed out in the pit. The crew of the Bonnie pirates couldn't help exclaiming. Lucas. After the exclamation, everyone immediately reacted. He turned his head sharply to look at Gojo Satoru, who was standing on the bow again. Looking at Gojo Satoru's relaxed expression and smiling face, the members of the Bonnie Pirates could not help but grit their teeth in a low voice. Asshole. Where did this guy come from? Who is he? Why haven't I seen him in the crowd before? Advertisement. Is this their hidden trump card? The people of the Bonnie Pirates are a little confused at the moment. But the pirate group that was fighting against them at this time was also confused. Because they don't even know who that guy is. On the other hand, Bonnie, who had dealt with many enemies, also focused his attention on Gojo Satoru. She glanced at the people around her who had been turned into children by her. Bonnie turned his head to look at his companion and commanded, "You deal with the others first, and leave that guy to me." With that said, Bonnie was about to run towards Gojo Satoru. But at this moment, a figure flashed across the sky. Immediately after, a woman with a pair of white paper wings, wearing a long black windbreaker with a red flying cloud pattern embroidered on the windbreaker. He slowly came to Wuho Satoru's side. And she, of course, is Conan. On the other side, looking at Conan who suddenly appeared, Bonnie also cautiously stopped running towards Gojo Satoru and stopped in place. Gojo Satoru didn't care about the movement below. At this moment, he focused his attention on Conan who came over. "Why are you here, Captain?" Conan glanced at Gojo Satoru, and then his eyes fell on the chaotic battlefield. "I'm here to help, the captain will be here soon. Dash. Thanks for the 100 VIP points of 3 mice for your support. Asterisk. Advertisement. Chapter 16 Pushing the battlefield horizontally, Wuju's powerful strength. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru also smiled and set his eyes on the crowd below. That's it. That has to be done before the captain arrives. Accompanied by the fall of the 5 words of enlightenment. Conan on the side immediately felt the change in his aura. The powerful aura that was exposed even surprised her a little. Seemingly seeing Gojo Satoru's thoughts, Conan pondered for a while and asked, "Do you still need help?" Gojo Satoru glanced at Conan with a faint smile, and then lightly jumped from the bow and landed on the deck. Clatter. "No, they're just the thing to get my shin to move a little bit." Gojo Satoru waved his hand lightly and spoke in a calm tone. At the same time, he walked towards the large group of people. Since the captain is about to arrive, now he is not targeting the pirates on either side, but everyone. He wants to kill all the pirates present before the captain arrives. Seeing Wuho Satoru walking slowly, the 3 members of the Bonnie Pirates who were slightly closer to Gojo Satoru glanced at each other subconsciously. Go together. They drank in unison. Advertisement. The 3 of them held long knives and ran towards Gojo Satoru at the same time. Wu Tiaowu saw this and did not pick an opponent. Since someone is running towards you, it's better to get rid of them first. Thinking like this, Wuho Satoru's figure flashed. The next second, he instantly appeared in front of the 3 people running towards him. Seeing this sudden scene, the 3 pirates were all shocked. So fast. How is this possible? This guy. The 3 were shocked at the same time. But before they could take action, Wuho Satoru attacked them without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The afterimages of a few fists flashed past, followed by 3 dull beating sounds. The 3 pirates, in the blink of an eye, were directly knocked to the ground by Gojo Satoru. Boom. Almost at the same time, the 3 bodies fell to the ground weakly. In the face of this scene, everyone present showed an uncontrollable look of horror. Hey hey hey, is it a lie? In an instant, 3 people were eliminated. So fast, I couldn't even see his movements. This guy, who is he? At this moment, everyone was shocked, and their eyes were shaking violently. Advertisement. Even Bonnie is captain, as Supernova. After seeing Wu Tiaowu solve the 3 people in an instant, he couldn't help but his pupils shrank for a while, showing an expression of horror and disbelief. To solve 3 people in the blink of an eye, this is not even able to do it yourself. Single quote. That man's strength is stronger than himself. Single quote. And looking at his easygoing appearance, he doesn't seem to have used his full strength yet. Single quote. It was in Bonnie's horror as well. On the other hand, the members of the Right Pirates, who were originally opposed to the Bonnie Pirates, were immediately excited after they reacted. The captain of the right pirates was surprised and delighted when he saw the powerful strength displayed by Gojo Satoru. The reinforcement on my side is really too powerful. In the blink of an eye, 3 people were solved. Even if he is currently at a disadvantage in the battle against the Bonnie pirates. But with his help, the probability of defeating the Bonnie pirates will be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Wright immediately raised the long knife in his hand and shouted at his younger brothers. Little ones, victory will belong to. It's just that he hasn't finished speaking yet. Wright was knocked on the deck by Gojo Satoru while the members of the Wright pirates and the members of the Bonnie pirates watched. Boom. There was another dull beating sound. Wright was immediately knocked to the ground and was silent. This scene directly made the people from the Bonnie pirates and the Wright pirates look dumbfounded. Wright pirates. Didn't he come to support? How did you screw up your own captain? Bonnie pirates. Aren't they a gang? Advertisement. At this time, both sides were full of question marks. However, Gojo Satoru didn't care what they thought. Now he has only one purpose, to beat down all the people standing there. Then wait for the captain to arrive to deal with them. Thinking like this, Gojo Satoru broke into the battlefield formed by nearly 100 people alone and launched an indiscriminate attack. Bang, 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 plop, plop, plop. The dull sound of beating continued, and with every cries of pain, someone would fall. Whether it was the Wright pirates or the Bonnie pirates, Gojo Satoru was the target of attack at this time. Under Wuho Satoru's formidable strength, no one could hold on to the next move. And he, with his own strength, directly pushed the battlefield horizontally. Boom. I saw with my own eyes that people were reaped and knocked down like weeds. Bonnie's body trembled slightly with fear at this moment. Is that a lie? Chapter 17 Ability Development, Space Plane. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not just Bonnie, but other pirates at the moment too. The strength that Wujo Satoru showed was really too strong and too terrifying. Originally, the Wright pirates and the Bonnie pirates fought against each other. But now in the hands of Gojo Satoru, even 2 pirate groups joined forces. The situation is also one-sided, and Wuho Satoru was crushed and pushed across the battlefield by one person. Is this a joke? Just one person can crush and control the whole situation. Am I in a dream now? Damn, is this guy really human? With such terrifying strength, he is simply a monster. Everyone was terrified, and in just a short while, nearly half of the 2 pirates had fallen. At this time, the Wright pirates couldn't take care of the Bonnie pirates, and launched an attack on Gojo Satoru with all their strength. But their offensive, in front of Wuho Satoru, was completely like a piece of paper. Was instantly defeated. At this time, a member of the Bonnie pirates also came to Bonnie's voice and asked eagerly. Captain Bonnie, what should we do now? Bonnie looked at the one-sided battlefield, and then looked at his pirate ship not far away. Want to run? Too late. According to the advancing speed of that guy, before all the people on his side are evacuated, he will come over. Right now, there is only one way to go. Seeing the situation clearly, Bonnie also gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. There's no other way, you can't run away, you can only give it a go. Everyone, come with me. Advertisement. Having said that, Bonnie took the lead and ran directly towards Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru, who was fighting, also noticed Bonnie's movement. Gojo Satoru was not afraid to laugh as he watched the crowd gather towards him. Interesting. After saying that, bang, bang, Gojo Satoru rushed towards Bonnie after finishing a few people. But in the blink of an eye, Gojo Satoru appeared in front of Bonnie. Also greeted politely. Yo, how are you? Seeing this scene, Bonnie was shocked but kept moving. I saw a pink streamer appearing in her hand, and in the next second, she patted Gojo Satoru's body. Shish. However, she moves fast. Gojo Satoru moved faster than her. Before her palm landed on Gojo Satoru, Wuho Satoru slapped her palm first and hit her in the abdomen first. Boom. Cough. Gojo Satoru's palm immediately made Bonnie cough up saliva, and his whole body arched up. The piercing pain stimulated the nerves, as if the internal organs of her abdomen were shattered. But right now, Bonnie is holding back the pain. The next time he raised his hand and patted Gojo Satoru. As long as you hit, you win. With determination, Bonnie's speed skyrocketed. Advertisement. But when her palm was only a few centimeters away from Woohoo Woo, her palm was forcibly blocked. Couldn't get half a point in depth. Seeing this scene, Bonnie was shocked, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. What's going on here? Single quote. Obviously there is touch, but in fact it is not touched. Single quote. Why? Single quote. I can't touch him. Single quote. In response, Gojo Satoru also smiled slightly and said with a little regret. Looking at you, is this trick your trump card? It's a pity I couldn't hit it. When the words fell, Gojo Satoru shot decisively, and another slap slapped Bonnie on the body. Boom. Doom. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Meanwhile, on the other side. On the wooden boat, Kronos was alone in a boat, drifting along the waves. Not far from him, there were two large ships next to each other. But his attention now is not on those two big ships, but on yourself. During these few days, Kronos has not been idle, but has been using his abilities. While proficient in ability, while digging and developing more and stronger abilities. Advertisement. As this, the bottleneck. Or, the space shuttle I developed is impossible to achieve. Kronos frowned slightly, feeling that his abilities had reached a bottleneck. At this time, he has already controlled a huge space. Its vastness has completely covered itself and the two large ships. He tried to travel through space, which is equivalent to teleportation. But now, he wants to travel through space, but it seems that something is blocking the outside, and he can't start the next step. But it stands to reason that since he controls the space, he can make rules in the space. Space shuttle should be feasible, why can't it be done? Confused, Kronos tried again. He made changes and tried to make rules. But as a result, it is still impossible to travel through space. I can't make rules, and I can't fold the space. Is teleportation really outside the ability? Saying that, Kronos put away his powers and fell into deep thought again. All sorts of information related to spatial abilities come to mind. Kronos disassembled and assembled from the messy information. It was also when Kronos was combining spatial information that two ideas suddenly appeared in his mind. This made Kronos' eyes light up, and his spirit instantly returned to a full state. Kamui space. Single quote. Space plane. Single quote. Chapter 18. Isn't even this monster the boss of a gang? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The emergence of these two ideas made Kronos feel that space shuttle is achievable. His original capability development direction was to transmit directly to the destination. This method is the easiest and fastest. But among them, it involves the folding space. Suppose, if the space cannot be folded, then the ability transmission core developed by oneself is wrong. The core error, even if you make your own rules to help. Naturally, it is impossible to achieve the purpose of transmission. Because no matter how many rules I make in the space, I also customize it around the folding space. This is a mistake in itself. But what if you build a brand new plane space yourself, use it as a springboard to formulate rules, and transfer indirectly? Is this possible? With this thought in mind, Kronos did not hesitate, and decisively used his abilities. It was followed by a piercing humming sound. The void in front of Kronos distorted, showing ripples visible to the naked eye. The next second, the void returns to normal. A look of joy appeared on Kronos' face. Advertisement. It's done. Kronos stood up, a look of joy on his face. At this moment, he successfully established a space plane. It was a brand new, void, dark space plane. As his abilities progressed, Kronos struck while the iron was still hot and tried further. Make rules to solidify and stabilize the space plane. Then enter the final stage. Break the void, connect the space plane. Thoughts arose in Kronos' mind, and power unfolded the moment the thought arose. The next moment, only a crisp cracking sound was heard. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The void in front of Kronos suddenly cracked, revealing a terrifying crack like a spider web. Immediately afterwards, there was a crisp sound like glass breaking. Dang bang. In front of Kronos, the void shattered, revealing a terrifying black crack less than half a meter wide and 2 meters high. And on the opposite side of the dark crack, connected, is the space plane established by Kronos. Kronos took a deep breath as he stared at the dark void. resolutely walked in. Whoosh. Soon, Kronos' figure disappeared in front of the black crack. Advertisement. And the terrifying black crack also entered after Kronos' figure. With a click sound, it quickly recovered and returned to its original appearance. Came to the space plane created by himself. What catches the eye is a void of darkness. Here, nothing can be seen, no wind, no gravity, nothing. Just pitch black. Fortunately, even in the space plane, Kronos can still perceive things in real space. Without hesitation, Kronos ripped apart the void in front of him and stepped inside in one go. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Real space. Gojo Satoru, Conan and others on the ship. At this time, under the suppression of Gojo Satoru's powerful strength, the battle was over. The Bani pirates, all members of the Right Pirates, have been subdued. None of the people present dared to stand up. Everyone was sitting or lying on the deck, looking at Gojo Satoru or the sky. And Wu Tiaowu didn't care about these. When they are awake, and they do not stand up, which means that they give up their resistance. In this way, being dizzy and being awake doesn't have much to do with being awake. Anyway, waiting to be processed. Advertisement. Gojo Satoru just stood there, watching quietly with a smile on his face, doing nothing. Suddenly, the smile on Gojo Satoru's face disappeared, and Huo turned his head to look at Conan. Conan also abruptly turned his head to look at Gojo Satoru. Captain's breath disappeared. Gojo Satoru was the first to speak. I can't feel the captain's breath anymore. Conan responded and turned to look at the position of the wooden boat. And the other side. After listening to Gojo Satoru and Conan's words, the group of pirates were startled and reacted. I saw them all staring at Gojo Satoru with those unbelievable eyes. At this time, they were already shocked by the conversation between the two in front of them. With some difficulty swallowing a mouthful of saliva, everyone's eyes trembled slightly. Ship. Captain. They are also pirates. Hey, is this a joke? This guy with strength like a monster is not the captain. Isn't even this monster. Not the boss of a gang. This guy doesn't look like an honest person. What kind of person can he take over this guy? Chapter 19 More terrifying than monsters or demons. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It was also at this time that a harsh sound suddenly sounded. Kacha, kacha, kacha. This sudden, glass-shattering sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Among them, Gojo Go and Conan are also included. I saw everyone's eyes, and they all looked forward subconsciously. The harsh, click, sound was still reverberating. In the next second, there was only a, dang bang, sound. The void at the bow suddenly shattered, and a terrifying black crack appeared. Seeing this sudden scene, Bonnie and the others were so frightened that their pupils shrank for a while. Many people rubbed their eyes desperately, wondering if they were wrong. However, when they rubbed their eyes for a while and saw that the black crack was still in front of them, they understood that the scene in front of them is true. Myself. Read right. At this moment, everyone held their breath and stared nervously at the black crack. At this moment, in the black crack, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. Da, click, da, click. Every time the sound of footsteps came out, it would be accompanied by a sound like glass shattering. Conan and Gojo Satoru, who were just beside the black crack, also had a faint smile on their faces. They sensed the familiar breath that came from the crack. It's Kronos. Advertisement. At this moment, a leg suddenly stepped out from the black crack and stepped on the deck of the ship. Clatter. Crack. But in an instant, the deck that one foot stepped on suddenly cracked. Beside the black crack, the expressions of both Conan and Gojo Satoru changed. At this moment, their intuition was warning, and their nerves were beating violently. A thought also appeared in their minds. Danger. But the moment the thought came up, the two of them took a few steps back without hesitation. While Gojo Satoru and Conan both stepped back, the figure of Kronos also came out of the black crack. It was also the figure of Kronos that appeared in front of everyone at the moment. The surrounding void suddenly resonated with Kronos and the black crack. At this moment, the surrounding space had an invisible turbulence. Gojo Satoru and Conan also felt the danger warning once again. Without any hesitation, the two stepped back again, shouting eagerly at Kronos at the same time. Captain. Kronos turned his head and smiled apologetically at Gojo Satoru and Conan. The strength is improving a bit quickly, you should avoid it first. People not far away. Listening to Kronos' words is still a little unclear. Bonnie stared hard at Kronos, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Advertisement. This is their captain. Single quote. It looks like my age is about the same as me. Single quote. I didn't see how strong he was. Single quote. How did he subdue such a powerful subordinate? Bonnie was thinking about it when a dangerous intuition came to his mind. Then, she turned her head without hesitation. The next second, only a faint humming sound was heard in the ear. Immediately afterwards, a strand of her hair fell. Seeing this sudden scene, Bonnie was stunned for a moment. My own hair. Why did it suddenly break? The thought had just arisen, before Bonnie could react. Several heart-piercing screams resounded from every corner of the ship. Bonnie turned sharply and looked back. The sight that caught her eye made the blood on her face fade away instantly. His eyes shrank uncontrollably and trembled. I saw around. There were almost 100 people. Nearly 1/5 of the people are madly bleeding. PFF'd. Luckily, no one was injured. For those who are a little less unlucky, some arms are suddenly opened with a wound, and some thighs or abdomens are opened with a wound. Advertisement. The more unlucky people will directly cut off their arms or thighs, or their abdomens will be cut open. The unlucky person will die directly. And the method of death is strange, terrifying and cruel. Some had their heads cut off, some had their bodies cut in half by the waist, some had their heads cut in half, and so on. But for a moment, the strong smell of blood spread throughout the deck. The dead have no life, the injured are clutching their wounds and wailing mournfully, and the uninjured are also terrified by the terrifying scene in front of them. What? Looking at the hell-like scene in front of him. Even Bonnie, known as the evil generation, is known as a supernova. At this time, I was also scared to cry. Tears welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. At this moment, her body trembled violently like a sieve. The eyes that looked at Kronos were full of fear. It was also at this point that Bonnie finally understood. Why is Gojo Satoru as powerful as a monster? Not the captain. Not the boss anymore. Because the young man in front of him is stronger and more terrifying than the monster Wujogo. If Gojo Satoru is a monster, then this guy is a demon. Chapter 20. The person looks good, but the taste is a little worse. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Fortunately, there is only one turbulence in space. After one pass, the black crack disappeared, and the turbulence in the space also disappeared. Gojo Satoru and Conan also returned to Kronos' side. Looking at the bloody scene in front of him, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but sigh. It's terrifying. Hearing this, Kronos on the side also smiled. A little surprise. Having said that, Kronos began to summarize the harvest this time. This time, it can be said that the harvest is quite fruitful. Much more rewarding than when I found out I could make the rules. At this time, Kronos' control of the fruit's ability has risen to a great level. Not only is capacity development a huge step forward, even the proficiency in fruit ability has improved a lot. The progress of capability development can be roughly divided into 2 points. And this first point is the form of space. In the beginning, the space was limited to a cubic shape. Previous Kronos, unable to change the form and shape of the Space Master. Now, the spatial shape of Kronos is no longer limited to cubic space. It is the ability to change and fabricate the shape of the space at will. I haven't tried it yet, but my gut tells Kronos exactly that he can. It is even possible to simply form only a space boundary wall, and there is no need to build a complete space to control it. Advertisement. The next day is the shuttle of space. Now, Kronos knows that space travel is possible. And it is not limited to transferring by means of spatial plane transfer. This method of folding space is also feasible. If the folded space is used for shuttle transfer, it requires fewer steps, but the degree of difficulty will be huge. This still requires the further development and proficiency of the fruit ability. Secondly, it is to catch some disadvantages of space plane transmission. After entering the space plane, Kronos' perception of real space will become distorted and blurred. At this time, if Kronos is traveling through space, then even he himself will not know where he will shuttle. The reason why the transfer was successfully completed this time. Full credit to Gojo Satoru and Conan. Because of the system, when he was on the space plane, he was able to perceive the position of the two of them very clearly. In this way, the two have become Kronos' most critical positioning coordinates. Summarized the harvest of completing the space shuttle. Although the current Kronos, I really want to directly start trying the conclusions and abilities that I just learned. But right now, there are more important things that need to be addressed. Thinking of this, Kronos' eyes fell on everyone on the deck. But when he looked at it, he suddenly saw a familiar person. That chic Western cowboy style, that long pink hair, looks so familiar. This is a new superstar. Single quote. Some confused thoughts came to mind. Advertisement. The screams and screams of the surrounding noise made Kronos' mind a little confused. With a frown in displeasure, Kronos looked up and around. Quiet. As soon as Kronos said this, the rules came instantly, and everyone's voices disappeared in an instant. It was a horrible and eerie scene. In addition, everyone's face changed greatly. The gaze that looked at Kronos was as terrified as looking at the devil. Not far away, I felt Kronos' gaze. Bonnie lowered his head in fear, too, not daring to look at Kronos. She watched every scene around her. Bonnie can only describe Kronos in 2 words. Monster. A terrifyingly powerful monster. Da da da. Suddenly, a clear sound of footsteps entered Bonnie's ears. That person is walking towards him. Feeling this, Bonnie shuddered, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Soon, Bonnie saw Kronos stop in front of her. There was Kronos' oppression that made her feel like she couldn't breathe. The fear of Kronos made her fall into an ice cave. At this moment, Bonnie's tears flowed unsatisfactorily. At this moment, Kronos' calm voice suddenly came out. Advertisement. What's your name? Hearing Kronos' question, Bonnie's body froze. Seeing her biting her lip, she resisted the cry and said, Joe Ellie. Bonnie. Hearing this name, Kronos' suspicion was confirmed. This is really the big stomach king of one of the new superstars, Bonnie. Head up, Kronos said again, looking at Bonnie with his head down. Bonnie hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still raised his head obediently. A delicate and beautiful face also came into Kronos' eyes. Those red eyes, swirling tears, and the way of biting her red lips lightly added a touch of softness to Bonnie. But Kronos knew that Bonnie's personality was actually kind of carefree. But one thing to say, she looks pretty good. With that in mind, Kronos turned his head to the side of the ship again. Look at the big pink sail, and look at the skull pattern with straight pink hair on the sail. Looking at the boats that look like a 3-point pizza, a 5-point cake, and a 2-point food. A smile appeared on Kronos' face, and he chuckled softly. The person looks good, but the taste is a little worse. Chapter 21 Prestige Upgrade, New Members. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. He looked back at the horrific scene on the deck. Kronos glanced around at the people on the deck and said in a flat tone. This ship is mine. You clean the deck, and leave 10 sane living men to go. With that, Kronos disarmed his abilities. His purpose this time was to grab the boat. If only on the quality of the boat. That must be a better boat for Bonnie. It's just that the appearance of the Bonnie Pirates ships really doesn't match Kronos' aesthetic. So I can only choose this ordinary ship. Leaving 10 people is also for sailing and doing some chores. Otherwise, if you have to do everything yourself, it will be too troublesome. After finishing the request, Kronos turned to look at the 5 enlightenment paths again. I'll go to the cabin to see the room first. You look at them, they leave when they're done. Those who resist, just kill them. Gojo Satoru replied with a smile. Learn. Without further ado, Kronos walked slowly towards the cabin. At this time, Conan followed Kronos. I'll go with you. In this regard, Kronos did not refuse. On the other hand, Bonnie and the others were still confused. Those who were mournful and wailing, even forgot to mourn for a while. Some of them couldn't believe it. Advertisement. Just. That's it. Single quote. Do you let yourself go? Single quote. It's that simple. Single quote. Am I dreaming? Single quote. It was also when everyone hesitated that Wuho Satoru opened his mouth. I saw him waving his hands and talking to the crowd with a smile. What are you still doing? Hurry up. Clean up, and you can leave. At this time, all the people began to look at each other subconsciously. A member of the Bonnie pirates came to Bonnie's side. Asked about Bonnie's opinion. Captain, what should we do now? Hearing the voice of his crew member, Bonnie was slightly startled, and quickly wiped away his tears. What else can I do? Just do as they say. As Bonnie said. Now they have no choice at all, they can only do what the captain said. Let's not talk about the captain who suddenly appeared and came out of the crack in the void. Even the silver-white short-haired man could knock them all down. Today, captains who are even more terrifying than him are here. How can they do this? Facing the man with short silver and white hair. They can also see his offensive trends and some moves. But what about the captain who suddenly appeared? I didn't see anything myself. Several people died instantly and dozens were injured. Such a terrifying existence, what do they use to resist? Advertisement. If you want to live, you have to do as they say. Meanwhile, in the cabin, Kronos sat at the desk, constantly trying to use and master his abilities. Conan, on the other hand, cleans Kronos's room intimately. Get rid of all those useless things. After spending some time cleaning the room, Conan found that Kronos was still immersed in the control and use of his abilities. Conan didn't bother Kronos about that either. He just stood silently beside Kronos and accompanied Kronos. After an hour, suddenly, in Kronos' mind, the sound of the system sounded. Open black lens bracket ding. Congrats on the promotion of host prestige, get prestige value +10. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congrats on the upgrade of host prestige, get prestige value +5. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host's prestige upgrade, get +20 prestige. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket prestige close black lens bracket. 403. This sudden system beep interrupted Kronos' state of trying his abilities. Turning his head slightly, Kronos glanced at Conan beside him. How long has it been? Conan responded softly. It's been almost 2 hours. Hearing this, Kronos nodded, turned to the prize pool page, and began to gather members again. Open black lens bracket ding. Prestige value -400. Advertisement. Congratulations to host for successfully summoning the members of Ghost Extermination World, Jiguuni. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the member Jiguuni who has obtained the blessing ability Armament Hockey Observation Hockey. Close black lens bracket. Kronos was also a little surprised to see that the members of this call had obtained the blessing ability. Jiguuni itself is not weak. Now that the system has given him a sense of sight and armament, his strength will definitely skyrocket. And I gave both hockeys in the sight color and the armed color. Jiguani's own basic strength should also be enhanced by blessings. Thinking about it, Kronos glanced at the price of the next member call. Not surprisingly, the original 400 times soared to 800 times. Kronos didn't care too much, though. Stand up and talk to Conan. Come on, go out and see. Conan nodded, catching up with Kronos. Soon, the two came to the deck of the ship. And here, it has been completely cleaned. Dead and wounded, and bloodline gone. The Bonnie pirates are withdrawing from their own ship, led by Bonnie. At this time, on the deck of the Right Pirates ship, there were only 10 members of the Right Pirates who were trembling. Look at Kronos coming out of the cabin. Standing on the deck of his own ship, Bonnie's expression suddenly became complicated. This guy, really let us go like this. Chapter 22 Hope I never run into them again. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. That's when Bonnie whispers to himself. Beside her, a man with a somewhat fat body suddenly patted her on the shoulder and pointed to one place. Captain Bonnie, you look over there. Bonnie, who was watching Kronos with a complicated expression, was also taken aback when he heard the words. Subconsciously, he looked in the direction of the crew's fingers. Turning her head, she saw the sea, with a small wooden boat slowly sailing towards this side. On the wooden boat, stood a tall and slender man. I saw that he was wearing a long knife on his waist, with long black hair showing red in the middle, wearing a pair of sunflower paper earrings, and a crimson flame Madara pattern on his left forehead. And he is also the new member that Kronos called. Following the fate of the country. Seemingly aware of the gazes of Bonnie and others, Jiguiwan turned his head slowly and looked back indifferently. However, it is this ordinary sight that cannot be seen in ordinary eyes. At this moment, Bonnie felt a sharp sense of crisis in Jigyu Yuanyi's eyes. This strange sense of crisis immediately made Bonnie frown. This guy is a little dangerous. Looking at Ji Guiwan's aura all over his body, combined with the fact that he dared to ride a wooden boat alone, wandering on the vast sea. Bonnie can conclude at this moment that the opponent's strength is definitely not weak. Otherwise, he would never have appeared here alive. Advertisement. Just as Bonnie wondered what this man was from. Suddenly, Kronos' face flashed across her mind. This sudden scene caused Bonnie to tremble and look sharply at Kronos on the right pirate's ship. Seeing this, the guess in her heart was immediately confirmed. Because at this time, not only Kronos, but Gojo Satoru and Konan. At this moment, they are all standing beside the boat quietly watching the man on the wooden boat. This discovery immediately struck Bonnie like lightning. His eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. This guy, is also their companion. Single quote. Who? They're they. Single quote. Why have I never heard of them? Single quote. At this moment, Bonnie was stunned. In Bonnie's eyes, the pirate group in charge of Kronos is even more mysterious. Not to mention the size of his pirate group. As far as strength is concerned, their pirate group is definitely very powerful. Now, I saw 4 of them myself. Among them, the man with silver white hair and their captain showed their strength. But just because of the strength shown by these 2 people, pay attention to crushing all of them. The strength of the other 2 is also similar to their strength. Thinking of this, Bonnie shuddered a little. Damn it. Hope I never run into them again. Single quote. Advertisement. These guys are simply made up of monsters. Single quote. Their captain is a monster among monsters. Single quote. Thinking of this, Bonnie immediately said to the crew on the side. Quick. Full sail. Full right rudder. Get out of here at full speed. I heard Bonnie's order. The crew member subconsciously glanced in the direction where Kronos was. Immediately afterwards, he nodded in agreement. Understood. Understood. I'll greet you right away. With that said, the crew member trotted away. At this moment, he and Bonnie's thoughts are the same. He didn't want to stay in this ghost place for a moment. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. The other side came to the bottom of the right pirates. Ji Guiwan jumped and boarded the boat easily. Clatter. The figure fell steadily in front of Kronos, and Ji Guiwan called out softly. Captain. Kronos responded with a smile. Then it's time for us to set sail. Advertisement. With that said, Kronos turned his head to look not far away, the 10 members of the right pirates who were standing there shivering. Since they are left behind, it is natural to make it clear to them what they want them to do. Soon, Kronos told them what to do. Afterwards, they greeted them with ease and got to work. At this moment, a pirate climbed onto the main pole of the ship and lowered the pirate flag that originally belonged to the right pirates. This is what Kronos ordered. And the purpose is also obvious, the right pirates no longer exist. Next, the top of the main pole of the ship will be the pirate flag that belongs to him. There are ships and members, so how can we not have a pirate group of our own, a pirate flag of our own? The pirate flag of the right pirates was dropped. Kronos also greeted Gojo Satoru, Konan and Jigyu Yuani who designed the pirate flag pattern. However, Jigyu Yuani, he won't. Today, only Kronos, Gojo Satoru and Konan are the only 3 who design and paint. Among them, the 5 most active realizations. After a while, he drew the pirate flag. Immediately afterwards, he picked up the pirate flag and spread it out in front of Kronos, Konan and Jigyu Yuani. He said with a smile. Captain. How is this? However, when Kronos and Konan saw the pattern of the pirate flag, the corners of their eyes twitched uncontrollably. What is this, painted? Asterisk. Chapter 23 Sail. Kamui Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I saw a crooked abstract pattern on Gojo Satoru's spread flag. At first glance, Shang is an ordinary skull flag. But if you look closely, you will find that there is a faint shadow of Kronos. Although he had some guesswork in his mind, Kronos asked, "Are you drawing a skeleton?" With the sound of Kronos' inquiry, Conan and Jiguyueni both turned to look at Gojo Satoru. But Wujo was stunned for a moment. Looking at Kronos, and then at the flag he had spread out, Gojo Satoru said with a serious face, "No, I drew you, Captain. What's wrong? Isn't it like?" Hearing this, Kronos' mouth twitched. Conan, who was beside him, also caressed his forehead silently. "Like you, Ghost. You better stop drawing," Kronos added. Then, it was Kronos and Conan who began to design the pirate flag. Gojo Satoru watched his hands itching from the side. However, both Kronos and Conan said nothing to let him join. 10 minutes later, at the request of Kronos, Conan also successfully drew the pattern of the pirate flag. The general pirate flag pattern is a cross of bones and a skull. And the pirate flag of Kronos. Advertisement. It is a blindfolded skull with a pair of white wings. The bone cross was replaced by two crossed red long knives. Looking at the pirate flag spread out on the deck, a smile appeared on Kronos' face. At this moment, Conan asked Kronos curiously again, "Captain, what is the name of our pirate group?" Listen to Conan. Kronos couldn't help thinking. Naming is not his forte. But as a captain, no matter what, he should name his pirate group. Whether the result is good or not. With that in mind, Kronos gave the pirates a name. Then call it the Kamui Pirates. Combined with the identity of the original god of chaos, a prestige system is added. The name Kamui was born naturally. Although it is random. But in the near future, the prestige of the Kamui Pirates will definitely shake the world, surpassing the four emperors, marines, and even the Holy Land. The name of the pirate group is finalized. Internal reorganization also began. The right pirate's pattern on the original main pole sail is covered. Instead, it is the double-winged blindfolded skull of the Kamui pirate flag. At this moment, both people and ships will be reborn. Their fate will change dramatically at this moment. Advertisement. Kronos stood on the deck, looking up at the top of the main pole, the Kamui pirate flag fluttering in the wind. Conan, Yukuni Yuichi and Gojo Satoru stood quietly beside Kronos. After a while, a smile appeared on Kronos' face, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Sail!" With Kronos' voice falling on the main pole, the pirates of the former right pirates immediately lowered the huge mainsail. Boom! But in the blink of an eye, the mainsail was blown up by the sea breeze. A huge pirate flag pattern appears. Kamui Pirates. At this moment, the official sailing. It was also at this time that the system's prompt sound echoed in Kronos' mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for setting up a pirate group and gaining prestige plus 500. Close black lens bracket. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. After a day of repairing, Kronos resumed his own practice. To make yourself stronger. In order to use the fruit ability more proficiently. Kronos brought Gojo Satoru and Jiguiwan as sparring partners. Body art, swordsmanship, and fruit ability, all three are cultivated at the same time. After breakfast in the morning, Kronos and Gojo Satoru, Jiguiwan and 1 or 2 started the devil practice. After lunch, the practice continues. Eat and rest in the evening, and again the next day. Advertisement. And this series is more than 10 days. This morning, as usual, the 10 pirates sat neatly aside, staring at the fierce battle in midair without blinking. Boom, boom, boom. There were terrifying loud noises and residual prestige. Under the pressure, the 10 pirates just sat there and watched without moving. In their eyes, the fight between Gojo Satoru and Kronos was simply a fight between gods. The movement was terrifyingly frightening. As long as he fights one by one, the surrounding fish will be scared away. At this time, a pirate said in horror while watching the melee combat in midair. What a strong adaptability. As soon as these words came out, the pirates on the side also nodded. Kronos has been cultivating in the past few days, they are all watching. The increase in strength visible to the naked eye is simply creepy. Yeah, the speed of this kind of strength improvement is astonishingly fast. From being a little clumsy at the beginning to being superb now. How long has it been? These guys, what a group of terrifying monsters. Dash, rush, 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 explosion tomorrow. Asterisk. Advertisement. 7%. Chapter 24 Doghead Warship, Colonel Naval Headquarters. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Suddenly, in midair, a red ray of light stood out, and a huge red sphere emerged. An air of terror pervaded. A powerful coercion descends like a mountain. On the deck, the 10 pirates who were sitting neatly in a row, after seeing the red sphere, were so frightened that their breath stagnated, and the cold sweat poured out. Hey hey hey, what is this? What are they doing? Is this out of the scope of dual training? Are they trying to kill each other? The crowd was horrified. But the next second, they saw that huge red sphere flying towards Kronos. Boom, boom, boom rumble. A huge roar exploded. The white clouds in the sky were dispelled in an instant. Even the sea level below was boiling at this moment because of the power of the explosion of the red sphere. Boom rumble. The ship was shaking violently, as if being beaten by a huge wave. At this moment, all the pirates panicked. Advertisement. I thought to myself, shouldn't they be angry? At this rate, even the ship will be demolished by them, right? Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Time came to noon. Kronos at the end of the practice. Gojo Satoru, Yukuni Yuichi, and Konan gathered together on the second floor of the ship for dinner. After 10 days of hard training, Kronos' physical skills, swordsmanship, and control of the fruit's ability have all improved by leaps and bounds. After lunch, Gojo Satoru and Jikuni Yuichi also ushered in a short leisure time. Kronos, as usual, returned to his room, pondering his own fruit ability. It was at the same time that Kronos was immersed in the ability to mine fruit. There were 2 knocks on the door from outside the room. Boom, boom. Then, there was a deliberately suppressed voice. Ship, Captain. Hearing the movement, Kronos recovered from his immersion and slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at the door, Kronos spoke calmly. Come in. With Kronos' voice falling, the door to the room opened. Squeak. A young man with short blonde hair also appeared in front of Kronos. Advertisement. After closing the door, the blonde young man took 2 steps forward and said in a panic. I'm here to report on something on the ship. There are not many reserves on the ship now. What should we do? The youth asked in an inquiring tone. He is very aware of his current situation. Now he is neither a member of the Right Pirates nor a member of the Kamui Pirates. Just a handyman. So much so that he didn't dare to mention even the slightest suggestion in front of Kronos. As for the youth's words, Kronos didn't care. Not enough supplies are just a small problem. But in the long run, landing supplements are undoubtedly the best option. After all, Kronos didn't want to eat fish every day. Find any island town, just go ashore and replenish. Heard Kronos' orders. The young man's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, he said hesitantly. That, our former navigator died in the last battle. Without the pointer and the chart. So. At the end of the sentence, the young man hesitated for a long time and couldn't say why. But Kronos knew what he meant. He just wanted to express that they didn't have pointers and charts, so they couldn't find exactly where the island was. Advertisement. Need their help from Kronos. It's just that young people don't think about it. There are no pointers or charts on Kronos' side, let alone navigators. In the end, the young man had no choice but to leave the captain's room. By the afternoon, Kronos' training continued. The 10 handymen on the boat were thinking hard about how to find the island. Time flies, and a few days passed. A sea area. A large and a small 2 ships with the marine logo meet. On the bow of one of the warships, there is a huge dog head logo. And the other one, this is a common marine warship style. That's Garp Vice Admiral's warship, right? A woman with framed glasses and a long knife on her waist looked at the dog-headed warship on one side and said in disbelief. The man standing beside her with short silver-white hair and a big cigarette in his mouth frowned slightly at the moment. Exhaling a burst of smoke, the man with the smoke in his mouth also muttered to himself with some doubts. Garp Vice Admiral. How come here? At this time, the woman with eyes on the side suddenly turned her head to look at the silver-haired man, and asked a little excitedly. Do we need to go over and say hello? Colonel Smoker. Thank you, His Royal Highness, for your monthly ticket support. First update, here it is. Asterisk. Advertisement. Chapter 25 Meet the Pirates, Sink Them. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing Tashigi's words, Smoker was also stunned. Subconsciously turning his head to look at Tashigi, Smoker hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. No, he may have a mission here. We won't bother. Hearing Smoker's words, Tashigi felt a little dizzy. That's Garp Vice Admiral, Marine hero. Although I am not the kind of person I admire very much. But it was a rare encounter right now, and she still wanted to see Garp in person. The other side. On the dog-headed warship. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Garp, wearing a dog hat and holding a bag of potato chips, sat on the wooden steps without any image, reading the news in the newspaper and laughing. Ha ha ha. As expected of my grandson, it's really a riot. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed. Beside him, several Marine generals looked at each other, thinking of reminding, but after thinking about it carefully, they gave up the plan to remind. And on the deck not far below, Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji spread out a folding chair, and lay on it leisurely with a blindfold on. This behavior made the General Marine on the side feel a little ashamed. After hesitating for a moment, the Marine General asked with some hesitation. Big Admiral, are you here? Okay. Advertisement. Hearing this, Aokiji didn't care, just replied plainly and made a reason. It's too much trouble to ride back. As Aokiji said, it was too much trouble to ride back. In the beginning, he came on a bicycle at sea. Now that there is a boat to take, I don't bother to ride a bike. General Marine on the side couldn't help scratching his head when he heard such an answer. Somewhat confused murmured, this doesn't seem right. It is also this time. On the ship Smoker is on. A Marine general trotted to Smoker's side, saluted, and said loudly. Report. Colonel Smoker, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. Hear the report. Smoker bit the cigarette, looked back at General Marine with a frown, and asked a question. Pirates. The reporting General Marine nodded. Yes. Which pirate? Smoker asked again. But this time, the Marine general who was reporting was stunned for a moment. Then, I heard him say. Do not know. Luckily, Smoker didn't really care about that either. Because he asked like this, he just wanted to know which pirate it was. Advertisement. Since he doesn't know him, he must be just an unknown little pirate. Just let him sink into the sea. It doesn't matter, just sink it. Upon being instructed, the Marine general saluted immediately. Learn. After trotting away from Smoker, General Marine went to arrange the deployment. And Smoker turned his head and glanced at Tashigi next to him. Let's go. Let's have a look too. The two came to the bow. Soon a sailor handed Smoker a telescope. Smoker took the telescope and looked at the ship in the distance. At first glance, Smoker saw the skull emblem painted on the ship's mainsail. It was a pattern consisting of a pair of white wings, a blindfolded skull, and two crossed red knives. Above this C, the skull is the symbol of pirates. Carefully observed the pattern of the double-winged blindfolded skull. Smoker reminisced in his mind. After confirming that he didn't know or saw the sign, Smoker was sure it was a little pirate. Since it is a little pirate, there is no need to care too much. Turning his head to look at the sea soldier beside him, Smoker said. When they get into the range of the artillery, they don't need to report, just fire. Hearing this, the sailor nodded solemnly. Yes. Advertisement. At the same time, the Kamui pirates join. For this matter that Marine has been eyeing. Kronos and the others didn't know it, and they were still enjoying their lunch on the second floor as usual. On the other side, 10 handymen were also eating lunch. It's just that unlike Kronos and the others, they are very troubled now. What should we do now? A handyman asked helplessly. The other 9 handymen looked at each other in dismay, and finally set their eyes on him. Don't look at me, I don't know either. I can't do it either. If I had pointers or charts, I could still come up with an idea, and now I don't have anything, and I can't help it. Me too. Me too. Everyone agreed, and the answers were all the same. That is no way. After a while, everyone sighed helplessly again. Alas, it's been a few days, and at this rate, we're going to be finished. The reserve materials have bottomed out, and we haven't seen any sign of the island for a few days. If they start a fire, we'll be killed, right? Will you be killed? Dash. Second update, here it is. Asterisk. Advertisement. Chapter 26. Let's go. The guests are coming. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It was also when everyone was complaining. The oldest middle-aged man among the 10 also sighed helplessly. Stop talking. Eat now. After eating, I will continue to look for it. If we can't find it these days, we're really going to die. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Started to dig into the meal. If they can't find land, they can't help it, and they are also desperate. But there is no way, we have to find it. Although they didn't say what would happen if they didn't find it, who could guarantee that they wouldn't be angry if they didn't find the island? Angry not to kill. It took a while to finish the meal, and everyone began to pack up. But when they were finishing their dishes, a continuous loud noise suddenly sounded. Bang, 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 boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the entire ship began to violently turmoil. The unsuspecting people immediately fell into a mess. Plop, plop, plop. The screams of pain came one after another, and the people who were already irritable suddenly became angry. Advertisement. Tisk. What's the matter? They all fought. Really? This time the movement is so big, are you really not afraid of the ship falling apart? The people complained. Apparently, they thought that Kronos and Gojo Satoru had begun their duel training after Kuni Yuichi. But right now, the older middle-aged man suddenly noticed something was wrong. No, everyone be quiet. I saw him suddenly raised his head and drank lowly. For a time, everyone seemed to have subconsciously quieted down. The middle-aged man watched with wide eyes and listened confidently. It was also at this time that a subtle whistling sound of breaking through the air sounded. Ha, ha. Then, there was another round of loud noises. Bang, boom, 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 boom rumble. The ship was in a violent turmoil. But this time, the faces of the 10 pirates all changed. But in the blink of an eye, the blood on the faces of the 10 pirates disappeared. Unparalleled fear flooded into their hearts, and everyone was horrified. It's not that they are practicing against each other. This sound is shelling. Advertisement. The people who reacted immediately ran out of the room. At the same time, someone shouted. Quick, quick, quick. Get up there. Helmsman. I know. Who is in charge of the lookout today? It's me. Don't come to fight early. Don't come to fight late. They will come when I have a meal. Damn it. I'm dead. It's not just you. If the ship sinks, we all have to die with you. Soon, 10 people poured out of the deck from the cabin. However, when they came to the deck, they saw the 2 marine warships that were less than 3 nautical miles away from the ship. Desperate expressions appeared on their faces. No way. Is this a lie? How did they get here so quickly? Such a close distance, how can we run? It's over. This time it's really over. At this time, the pirates did not move. Despair has gripped their minds and bodies. At such a close distance, surrounded by 2 marine warships, they simply couldn't escape. And looking at the size of the warship, there is at least 1 vice admiral on it. It was also at this time that the pirate who was in charge of the helm suddenly woke up and shouted loudly. Stop joking, I haven't lived enough yet. With an angry shout, he ignored everyone's reaction and rushed to the steering wheel on his own. Run if you can't run. Advertisement. If you don't give it a try, how will you know you won't be able to run? At the same time, in the restaurant on the 2nd floor of the ship, Kronos, Gojo Satoru, Jikuni Enichi and Konan finished the last bit of food. Then slowly put down the cutlery. After wiping away the oil stains from the corners of his mouth, Kronos looked at the 3 of Konan and said calmly. Come on, the guests are coming. ... The other side. Dog-headed warship with Garp standing on the bow. Looking at the pirate ship swaying on the sea, Garp couldn't help rubbing his chin. Pirates. Whispering, Garp turned to look not far away, where Smoker was on the warship. At this point, the Marines on Smoker's warship were all mobilized. The sailors were busy transporting shells and loading them. The Marine generals were also commanding in a loud voice. Quick, 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 move quickly. Another salvo to sink them. Prepare. Fire. Dash. Chapter 27 Fruit Ability, Splitting Void. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Bang. 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 Boo. Ha. Ha. One round of artillery salvo, the cannonballs in the sky, like rain, covered the Kamui pirates. At the same time, enter the Kamui pirates. Look at the shells that hit the sky. The pirates who had returned to the observation deck immediately shouted at the deck below. Bombardment is coming. Be careful to avoid. Listening to the prompt above, everyone's faces became gloomy. Damn, at this rate, the ship will really be sunk. Quick. Left full rudder. Don't rush, it's turning. At this time, everyone was like ants on a hot pot, rushing around in circles. It was also at this time that the ship was on the second floor. Kronos looked at the black cannonballs flying all over the sky, raised his hand lightly, and spoke in a calm and gentle voice. Splitting void. Fall with the sound. A humming sound suddenly sounded. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, an invisible huge space boundary wall condensed in front of the Kamui pirates' ship. Boom. 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 Advertisement. Boom rumble. Countless cannonballs smashed on the space boundary wall and exploded, with constant vibrations and black smoke. And the space boundary wall, even after enduring a lot of artillery fire. Still no damage. Seeing the incoming shells, they suddenly exploded in midair. The pirates who were about to dodge were also stunned in place. What happened? The shelling didn't fall. It exploded in the air. Could it be that? The pirates who thought of something all looked back. I saw Kronos standing in front of the guardrail on the second floor, quietly looking ahead. It was also at this moment that all the pirates came to their senses. It turned out that those shells would explode in midair because the captain shot. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at Kronos' figure, and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. In an instant, blocked all the shells. Lee. Terrific. It's just a matter of raising his hand to deal with so many shells. What a terrible person. You said, will they just take out those Marines? As soon as these words came out, all the pirates suddenly turned their heads to look at the person who spoke. At this time, Kronos, Gojo Satoru and the others also walked down from the second floor of the ship. Glancing at the pirate at the helm, Kronos commanded in a calm tone. Take care of the boat, don't turn the rudder. Saying that, Kronos and Gojo Satoru, followed by Kuni Yuichi and Konan. He strode towards the bow of the boat. Advertisement. ... Smoker's ship. Seeing the thick black smoke lingering in the air for a long time, Smoker frowned. Did you stop it? Who did it? There was no rush to order the next round of shelling. Smoker stood on the bow, quietly watching the Kamui pirates under the thick smoke. Soon, with a sea breeze blowing, the black smoke gathered in the air was also blown away. The current appearance of the Kamui pirates is revealed. I saw a young man standing on the bow of the pirate ship. On both sides of him, 2 men and 1 woman stood. The man standing on the left side of the youth has short silver white hair and a black eye patch. Another man wears a long knife on his waist, has a high ponytail, and has black and red hair. On the right, stood a woman wearing a long black trench coat with light blue short hair. Seeing the 4 figures, Smoker frowned. Seeing Smoker's appearance, Tashigi on the side couldn't help but ask with some doubts. What's wrong? Smoker pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Nothing. After responding to Tashigi, Smoker turned his head and said to General Marine behind him. Load the shells and prepare for the next salvo. Advertisement. Hearing this, the Marine General nodded and responded. Yes. The other side. The ship of the Kamui pirates. Glancing at the dog-headed warship on the side, Kronos returned his gaze to the conventional warship. At the beginning of the shelling, Kronos guessed it was Marine. But what he didn't expect was that Garp would be here too. Smiling, Kronos didn't care too much. Come and pay back a gift. Ueni. Listen to Kronos. Jiguiwan is no nonsense. The thumb of the left hand holding the scabbard flicked. Clanging. The crisp sound of the blade unsheathed came. The red sun blade suddenly unsheathed more than an inch. Top armament hockey with blade attached at the same moment. Immediately afterwards, Ji Guiwan grabbed the handle of the knife sharply and pulled out the sun blade completely. Chong. In an instant, a sharp sword energy filled the surroundings. Above that red long knife, a fiery breath pervades. Dash. Chapter 28 Headquarters Admiral Shot, Ice Age. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, he saw Ji Guiwan taking a step forward with the sunwheel knife. Boom. The long sword was raised, and Ji Guiwan moved towards the conventional warship and slashed down. Boom. A harsh humming sound exploded. A huge red crescent blade shadow suddenly flashed out from the red blade of the sun blade. Cut towards the regular marine warship. Shish. At this time, on the warship, Smoker looked at the red shadow of the knife and felt the terrifying and sharp aura. Immediately, the pupils contracted. Flick away. Smoker gave a low drink. But Tashigi didn't have time to react. Seeing this, Smoker didn't care so much, and pulled Tashigi to the side to hide. At the same moment, on the dog-headed warship. At this point, Garp had already disembarked from the bow, ready to return to the cabin. At this moment, a Marine general came over and asked hesitantly. Garp Vice Admiral, aren't we helping? Listen to the words of the general's question. Garp waved his hand indifferently and smiled. We won't get involved in the credit this time, it's just a little pirate, that kid from Smoker can. Advertisement. Before Garp could finish his sentence, a bright red light emerged, followed by a harsh humming sound. Shang hum. Shish. Boom. Boom. A series of loud noises came from behind. Garp's voice came to an abrupt end. Immediately afterwards, everyone couldn't help but look behind. Even Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji, who was lying on a deck chair and sleeping with a blindfold on, heard this movement. He couldn't help but pull up the blindfold and looked over. Immediately afterwards, everyone's expressions changed. Garp was so exaggerated that his eyes almost popped out. Isn't it? Garp's face was full of disbelief as he looked behind him in astonishment. I saw the rear, on the warship where Smoker was. Accompanied by that red sword shadow slashed. The entire huge marine warship was split in half with a single knife. A harsh creaking sound echoed the already dull rumbling sound. This huge marine warship is gradually submerging into the sea. At this moment, Aokiji, who had been resting on the reclining chair, couldn't help but stand up. Looking at the warship that was cut in half with one knife, a seriousness appeared on his face. The other side, Kamui Pirate's ship, seeing that Jigyu Yueni, who usually speaks very little and seems a little inhumane. Advertisement. He even slashed the huge marine warship with a single knife. All 10 pirates present, don't be frightened. I saw them staring wide-eyed and staring at the gradually sinking marine warship. There was a look of incredible shock on his face. Hey. Is this serious? 1. Cut Marine's warship in half with one knife. Just kidding. Am I dreaming? What kind of monsters are these guys? Saying so, everyone's eyes subconsciously turned to Kronos standing on the bow. The strength of the crew, each one is so powerful. If it were placed elsewhere, it would be the boss of a group of people. But now, whether it is as strong as Gojo Satoru or Jigyu Yueni, they are only one of his crew members. What kind of power and charm is this? Can someone with such a powerful strength be willing to be his subordinate? And at this time, after Ji Guiwan solved the conventional warship, Kronos set his sights on the dog-headed warship again. It was at the same time that Kronos looked at the dog-headed warship. On the dog-headed warship, a figure suddenly appeared. And he is also the Admiral of Headquarters, Aokiji. Jumping into the air, Aokiji glanced at the warship that was split in half, and took a deep breath. The next second, I saw him wave his hands, and the fruit ability was instantly displayed. Ice Age. Accompanied by Aokiji's voice. Advertisement. His 2 arms immediately turned into ice cubes. Immediately afterwards, the ice began to extend rapidly, piercing the sea below. It was the moment when the ice cube touched the surface of the sea. The sea surface was frozen in an instant, and the range was rapidly spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kacha. The crisp sound of freezing reverberated on the sea. The original sea surface turned into a thick layer of ice in an instant. Its scope is so extensive that even the ship Kronos is on cannot be spared. Boom rumble. After a violent turmoil, the sea below the Kronos ship is frozen. The hard ice layer stopped the ship's progress in an instant. When Kronos looked again at the ship that was cut in half. But I saw that the warship had stopped sinking, and a large number of marines also poured into the solid ice. And Aokiji is the admiral of headquarters, just standing on the ice not far in front of the Kronos ship. Only, for the appearance of Aokiji. Although Kronos has ridden accidents, he does not have any panic and fear. Even in the face of Admiral Aokiji, Kronos' face was as calm as ever. Aokiji. So he's here too. Chapter 29 Fruit Ability, Reversal. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. While the marine, which was split in half, stepped onto the ice. On the dog-headed warship, marines also began to jump off one after another and gathered on the ice surface. After a while, a large number of people gathered on the originally empty ice surface. At a glance, the crowd was surging, and the number of marines was estimated to be nearly 1,000, or even more than 1,000. And among these marines, Kronos also recognized several people. Among them, Vice Admiral Garp and Kaibu Admiral Aokiji. Needless to say, Kronos also recognized Smoker, who was smoking a cigarette and had short silver hair. And Tashigi following him. Looking at the dense crowd, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but tease. A lot of people. It's so lively. Kronos, who was on the side, didn't care when he heard the words. Because the strength has reached their level. Even if the number of opponents is large, as long as the strength is not enough, the result is still useless. Compared to Kronos and others who can remain calm in the face of thousands of enemies. The 10 pirates in the back were not calm. Now they have their legs dangling. When pirates have been pirates for so long, they have never seen such a battle. I don't know, I thought it was a sin. There are only 14 people on my side, but there are thousands of people on the other side. What about trouble? With such a huge disparity in numbers, how can this be fought? Can one person drown himself with one mouthful of saliva? Seeing the marines all set foot on the ice. Advertisement. Kronos didn't stay on the boat either. Instead, like the marines, it landed on the ice. Clatter. With Kronos in action, Wuho Satoru, Jigyu Ueni, and Konan, who were on the side, all jumped off the boat one after another. Landed on the ice. At this scene, the marines, who were not far away, frowned. Hey, what are they trying to do? Shouldn't they be thinking of 4 people? How many people do they want to deal with us? Are you serious? Isn't this too contemptible? Humph. Really ignorant and fearless. Hee, maybe they turned themselves in. A group of marines talked and joked while advancing towards Kronos and others. Such a big commotion was made just to catch a group of little-known little pirates. It is estimated that only Kronos and the others have suffered this. On Marine's side, a large number of people pushed forward with great momentum. And Kronos is not wrong here. Although there are only 4 of them. But he also strode towards Marine without any fear. The distance between the two sides is narrowing. Looking at Kronos and the others, that look of calm and undaunted. Smoker, who was smoking a big cigarette, couldn't help but quench his mouth. Whispering sound. In the next second, he directly pulled out the weapon, 10 hands, behind his back, jumped out with a steep step, and galloped towards Kronos. Advertisement. It's just a trick. Don't be too proud, pirate. Smoker murmured. At the moment when the voice fell, his own fruit ability immediately unfolded. Immediately afterwards, his lower body turned into a puff of smoke, and the whole person flew towards Kronos quickly. Seeing this scene, Jiguiwan, who followed Kronos, immediately moved. I saw him holding a red sun blade, walking with a heavy waist, and a dodging gallop out. Head straight for the incoming Smoker. Whoosh. Seeing that Jiguiwan came running, Smoker was not afraid. Raising the 10 hands, he swung towards Jiguiwan. Jigyu Ueni also slashed towards Smoker with a knife. When, boom, boom, the crisp sound of fine iron clashing sounded. Then, there was the dull sound of bombardment. With Smoker's shot, the Marines all took their steps, shouting and slaughtering towards Kronos and others. Tashigi is also not far behind, running ahead of the crowd. On Kronos' side, Gojo Satoru also moved at this time. I saw his figure flash. In the next second, he instantly disappeared in place. Whoosh. Advertisement. When he appeared again, he was already at Aokiji's side. Without a word of nonsense, Gojo Satoru raised his foot with a whip to Aokiji's face. Shish. Faced with this sudden scene, even Aokiji, who was the admiral of the ministry, At this moment, I couldn't help but my pupils contracted sharply, with a look of horror on my face. So fast. Single quote. When did this guy come to my side? Single quote. When the thought came up, Aokiji bent down suddenly, dodging the 5 Satoru's whip legs. At the same time, Kronos has also launched its own operations. I saw him looking at the crowd rushing in, slowly raised his hand, and chuckled. Don't join in the fun. I'm not interested in fighting with you. Saying that, Kronos also activated his own fruit ability. Reverse. As soon as the voice fell, Kronos disappeared directly into the spot. And the moment Kronos activates his powers, a marine who was standing beside Garp suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Kronos appeared where he had been standing. And he appeared in the place where Kronos used to be. Chapter 30 Garp loses, stunned marine. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing that Kronos suddenly replaced the marine general by his side, Garp was also surprised. Without the slightest hesitation, Garp responded in an instant. I saw his entire arm blushing. The next second, he clenched his fist and swiped at Kronos beside him. Shish. A fist the size of a sandbag slammed into the face with a whistling sound of breaking through the air. But Kronos did not choose to use the fruit ability to resist. I saw Kronos also clenched his fists and took a step, hitting Garp's fist. Boom. Boom. The fists of the two collided firmly. A huge roar sounded, and it also exploded. Boom. With terrifying power, the layers of ice beneath the two of them collapsed immediately, and terrifying cracks like spider webs appeared. Boom. 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 Crack. Kick. Kick. And the other side. General Marine, who was reversed by Kronos with the fruit. At this moment, he was staring at the crowd that was rushing towards him. Where am I? Why am I here? What's going on? Advertisement. Garp Vice Admiral. While speaking, the Marine General turned his head subconsciously and looked around. But at this moment, there was no one around him, and there was no Garp there. He responded. He immediately turned his head and looked behind the crowd. At this sight, he was horrified to discover. The unheralded pirate has already started a fierce hand-to-hand battle with Garp. Where is that guy? My position swapped with him. Is that a lie? Am I dreaming? Looking at the two people who were fighting fiercely. At this time, the face of General Marine was full of unbelievable shock. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The dull sound of punching to flesh was continuous. The battle between Kronos and Garp was hot. There was a back and forth between the two sides. For a while, it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. As the fighting time between the two sides grows, Garp's body was already painted, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. But Kronos' body, similar to Garp's, also had a little red blood on it. Boom boom, boom, crack, kick, boom. Now within the battlefield of the two, the thick layer of ice has long since become unbearable. Advertisement. It's not a hole, it's a collapse. As an opponent, Garp felt the great strength displayed by Kronos. I was both shocked and angry. Such a powerful strength. This kid, is it really just a little pirate? Single quote. His strength is no less than mine, right? Single quote. Although I don't want to admit it. But what is in front of you is the fact that Garp has to accept. Yes, Kronos without the ability to use the fruit. Just using Haki alone, the strength shown is almost similar to Garp. Of course, this is mainly due to where the Conqueror's Haki is obtained from the system. Different from fruit ability. To put it bluntly, the fruit ability can only be regarded as indirectly obtained by Kronos from the system. And Conqueror's Haki, which Kronos obtained directly from the system. So this Conqueror's Haki, Kronos is the top from a master. Its proficiency is also top-notch. In the hand-to-hand fight with Garp, Haki played a crucial role. Especially observation Haki's future sight. If he didn't know what he saw, Kronos would not be Garp's opponent with his physical skills alone. At this moment, Garp, who was at a disadvantage, couldn't hold back. I saw blue veins bulge on his forehead, and he looked up sharply into Kronos' eyes. You, stinky brat. Gritting his teeth, he drank lowly. Garp raised his fist and punched Kronos in the face. But this scene was already expected by Kronos. It was also at the moment when Garp threw his fist. Advertisement. Kronos clings to the ground steeply. Shish. The sandbag-sized fist brushed Kronos' scalp with a roaring thud. Garp was startled when he saw the crowd that he had risen up to be empty. Dodged. Single quote. Oops. Single quote. Didn't give Garp a chance to get back on defense. Kronos put his hands on the ground, and the steep reflex was a kick to Garp's chest. Boom. Boom. In an instant, Garp flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. Call out. Doom. Garp's strong body fell heavily on the ice. Thick smoke and dust also rose up with a loud noise. And the surrounding Marines. After watching this scene, everyone was stunned. The figure who looked at Garp fell to the ground, watching the scene of Garp's defeat. The Marines' eyes were full of unbelievable astonishment. No, isn't it? Am I dazzled? Garp Vice Admiral he lost. Chapter 31. It's really nerve-wracking. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kronos did not choose to pursue the victory. He just stood there, quietly watching the place where the smoke and dust rose, without taking any next steps. Since this time, he has always been training with Gojo Satoru and Jiguiwan. The main purpose of playing with Garp this time is just to test my training results. At the same time, learn more about your physical strength. This way, when you encounter an enemy in the future, you can also have an idea in your heart. Soon, a gust of sea breeze took away the rising smoke. Garp's body also appeared in front of everyone's eyes once. I saw him slowly stand up and look at Kronos in the distance. In the next second, he saw him ripping off the marine cape he was wearing behind his back. Whoa! The stained white marine cloak was left on the ground casually by Garp. Even losing the first game against Kronos, Garp's fighting spirit at this time is still high, and there is no sign of decadence. Staring straight at Kronos, Garp shouted in a low voice. Come again, little devil. Hearing this, Kronos also took a stance. But this time, instead of just using taijutsu and haki, he will go all out. Seeing that Kronos had taken a stand, Garp wasn't talking nonsense either. He stepped out and galloped towards Kronos. Advertisement. Boom. At this moment, Garp is like a projectile that is ejected, and the speed is extremely fast. But Kronos didn't panic. Take the same leap and run towards Garp. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. The ice beneath the two of them collapsed in an overwhelming layer upon layer. The second battle is about to begin. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. On the other hand, Gojo Satoru also fought back and forth with Aokiji. Frozen time capsule. Aokiji shot out a chill and hurriedly attacked Gojo Satoru. Wherever he went, another layer of ice was once again covered with ice. Crack. Kick. The crisp icing sound echoed. But Gojo Satoru jumped, easily dodging Aokiji's blow. Seeing Wujo jumping into the air, Aokiji raised one hand and used the fruit ability in one go. 2 thorn spears. As Aokiji's voice fell, 3 trident-like ice spears appeared around him. Immediately afterwards, I saw him wave his hand. Shish. Advertisement. An ear-piercing cracking sound exploded. The 3 ice spears shot out immediately and flew towards Wujo Satoru in midair. But this time, Gojo Satoru did not choose to escape. Instead, he raised his hand and launched a counterattack. A deafening humming sound echoed. An invisible attack flew towards Aokiji steeply. Boom. Crack. But in the blink of an eye, the 3 ice spears between Aokiji and Gojo Satoru were shattered by this attack. Seeing this scene, Aokiji's pupils shrank, and the whole person instantly became elemental, turning into an ice sculpture. It was also the moment when he just turned into an ice sculpture. Just heard a click sound. It was followed by a bang sound. The entire ice sculpture that Aokiji turned into was immediately blasted into pieces and scattered on the ground. Da da da. But soon, Aokiji's figure appeared in another place intact. Facing the scene, Wujo Satoru fell from the air with a hint of depression on his face. Is that so again? Landing steadily on the ice, Gojo Satoru murmured softly as he looked at Aokiji's uninjured figure. He attacks Aokiji many times. But often these attacks are resolved by Aokiji in this way. But soon, the depression on Gojo Satoru's face disappeared. Instead, it was the usual, harmless smile. Advertisement. I saw him looking at Aokiji not far away, and said with a smile. Your ability is still interesting. Listening to Gojo Satoru's slightly mocking words. Looking at his harmless, smiling expression. Aokiji didn't say a word. But in his expression, he was full of vigilance. The guy in front of him, although he looks a little rude. But the strength is as strong as a monster. All his attacks were neutralized by his understatement. But his attack, he has to be extremely cautious. After every successful evasion, one can't help but feel scared. It was when Aokiji was on guard. Gojo Satoru suddenly raised his hand. When Aokiji saw this scene, his nerves immediately tightened. Always be ready for elemental evasion. But when he was a little surprised, Gojo Satoru didn't attack immediately. He raised his hand, just pulling the blindfold over his eyes. It was also at this time that Gojo Satoru's voice came again. However, your ability is really annoying. Saying that, Gojo Satoru slowly pulled off the blindfold that covered his eyes. One eye is exposed. Chapter 32 Reversal of the Technique. Hey. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Those beautiful blue eyes slowly opened. Gojo Satoru just glanced at Aokiji, then turned to look at Jigyu Yuichi and Konan not far away and shouted. Jigyu Yueni, Konan. At this time, Jigyu Yueni was still in a fierce battle with Smoker. When. The continuous sound of fine iron clashes continued, and the two around them were full of weapons clashing, producing sparks. Looking at Ji Guiwanyi's unwavering expression. Against his fast and sharp swordsmanship. Smoker was also secretly startled. This guy's swordsmanship is far more powerful than I imagined. That's when Smoker was secretly shocked. Gojo Satoru's cries came from not far away. Hearing Gojo Satoru's cry, Smoker's eyes suddenly lit up. His eyes were fixed on Jigyu Yueni in front of him, waiting for him to respond to Gojo Satoru and reveal his flaws. But, he was a little disappointed. Jigyu Yueni did not immediately respond to Wu Diaowu. I saw that after hearing Gojo Satoru's call, his expression was still normal, but his sword chi rose steeply. Instinctively, Smoker, who was fighting him, felt a hint of danger. The next second, he saw Ji Guiwan take a step forward and whispered in a deep voice. Breath of the sun, shape of the land. It was also the moment when Ji Guiwan's voice rose. The dark red blade in his hand suddenly rose into a fiery flame. In the next second, he heard a long knife neighing, Om. As soon as Ji Guiwan held the sun blade, he slashed towards Smoker. Bone-burning Yanyang. Advertisement. Boom. In an instant, fire snakes filled the air. Searing red flames, headed straight for Smoker. Faced with this scene, Smoker did not dare to be careless. While performing elemental evasion, fast cooking and retreating. However, he retreated quickly. But following Guo Yuanyi's slash, he still turned him into white smoke, which was chopped into dozens of sections. Shish. It's a pity that Jigyu Yuani cut the white smoke into dozens of sections. But Bai Yan still quickly gathered together, quickly retreated towards the rear, and condensed the figure of Smoker at one time. The distance between the two sides has also been widened. But Smoker's face is not very good looking. I saw his eyes trembling slightly, his eyes fixed on Jigyu Yuani, and he cursed in his heart. Damn it. Is this guy really just an unknown little pirate? A little pirate with such swordsmanship. Just faced Jigyu Yuani's attack, although he has already launched elementalization in time to avoid it. But at this moment, he can still feel it. The part of the body that was cut has a strong burning sensation. Jigyu Yuichi, who had repelled Smoker, turned his head slightly at this moment, and responded to Gojo Satoru who was not far away. What's wrong? Need help. Gojo Satoru. The other side. Konan also heard Gojo Satoru's cry. I saw that she had summoned dozens of clones. While dealing with Tashigi, fight back against the Marines who are besieging her. Advertisement. Boom. 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 Unlike the other members present, Konan's battlefield can be said to be completely one-sided. Even with a large number of Marines, Konan, who has performed the clone technique, is still able to handle it with ease. And Tashigi, who fought against her, was only beaten by her. Boom. Boom. Boom rumble. The sound of the clone exploding sounded. What followed was the wailing of the sailors. This time alone, Konan had already taken down more than a dozen sailors. Tashigi saw it on the side, and although he was very angry, there was nothing he could do. She also wanted to help those sailors. But unfortunately, even she herself can only be beaten. Looking at Conan, who opened a pair of white paper wings, hovering and overlooking the entire battlefield, Tashigi was full of helpless resentment. He was beaten and bruised all over by the opponent, and his head was bleeding. But it's hard to get close to each other by yourself. Not to mention hitting the opponent. Damn it, what kind of ability is this? It's an explosion again, and it's a clone. Advertisement. I can't even get close to her, I'm still too weak. Conan didn't care about Tashigi's helpless resentment. Or, Conan didn't care about Tashigi at all. In her eyes, Tashigi is not much different from those sea soldiers. Hearing Gojo Satoru's cry, Conan turned his head and looked at Gojo Satoru. What's the matter? Do you need help? Hear the same words from the two of them. Wuho Satoru waved his hand with a smile. Nola. I don't need help. I just want to tell you that there may be a little danger later, you can avoid it a little. Hearing Gojo Satoru's words, Jigyu Yuichi and Conan both showed puzzled expressions. What are you going to do? Gojo Satoru smiled and set his eyes on Aokiji again. Then let me mess around a bit now. Saying that, Wuho Satoru slowly stretched out a finger. He spoke in a low and calm tone. Reversal of the technique he. Chapter 33, A Terrifying Blow, The Desperate Marine. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A small red ball appeared at the fingertips the moment Wu Diaowu's voice fell. A terrifying aura immediately enveloped the quartet. For a while, there was a strong wind all around, and the ice surface also trembled. Boom. Feel the terrifying aura emanating from that little red ball. Aokiji's face changed suddenly. Fear instantly surged into my heart. This thing is very dangerous. Single quote. Have to dodge. Single quote. At this moment, Aokiji's nerves were beating violently, and his intuition was warning wildly. Without daring to delay even a second, Aokiji turned around and ran. He could clearly feel that there was a terrifying power in that little red ball. That thing is dangerous. It wasn't just Aokiji who also sensed the danger of that red ball. Even the surrounding plot Marines felt an extremely strong sense of crisis at this moment. Intuition is telling them to escape, run away. If you are hit by this move, you will die. The other side. Advertisement. Conan and Jiguiwan saw the small red ball on Gojo Satoru's fingertips. Without the slightest hesitation, he decided to retreat and distanced himself from Wuho Satoru. At this time, he looked at Jigyu Yuani who had retreated. Smoker was about to pursue. But he just took a step when he stopped, and couldn't help but look at Gojo Satoru. He also felt the terrifying aura from the red ball. But he also understood that it was not something he could stop. The reason why he gave up chasing Jigyu Yuani was because Smoker knew so well. Even if he catches up with Jigyu Yuani, he can't take it down quickly. Instead of this, it is better to choose to save people now. Thinking like this, Smoker couldn't help but scolded Gojo Satoru. Madman. Saying that, Smoker turned into a puff of white smoke and flew towards Tashigi not far away. And Gojo Satoru, after seeing Jigyu Yuichi and Conan, withdrew from the affected area. He also smiled slightly. Now, please leave the stage. Saying that, the red ball exploded immediately. Boom. With a loud bang, the red ball instantly turned into a huge red beam of light, heading straight for Aokiji. The bright red light not only illuminated the surrounding area, but also turned the sky into blood. Aokiji, who fled quickly, was unable to escape Gojo Satoru's attack after all. Almost in the blink of an eye, Aokiji was engulfed by the huge red beam of light. Advertisement. The surrounding Marines were also not spared. Boom. All the sailors touched by the beam of light turned into nothingness in an instant. That terrifying power bombarded the entire ice surface, cracked and collapsed. Boom, rumble. Boom. When the red light dissipated, the tremors returned to calm. What appeared in front of Sudden was that huge semicircular gully. Boom. It was also at the same time that the seawater under the ice layer poured out and poured onto the ice surface. And Wuho Satoru was also at this moment, gave a thumbs up, and said with a smile. Yeah, it's done. That's weird. When he finished the first sentence with a smile, Gojo Satoru added another sentence in his mind. Because he has keenly felt that the other party is not dead. This blow of his own did not completely solve the opponent. Perhaps it was that interesting ability that saved him. However, in general, he also quit. It might as well have achieved its purpose. Gojo Satoru thought so in his heart. Suddenly, Conan's figure appeared beside Gojo Satoru, and he said something abruptly. Advertisement. Yeah, even we were almost killed by you together. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru still waved his hand with a smile on his face. No, aren't you all right? At the same time, all the surrounding Marines were shocked by Wuho Satoru's blow. I saw their eyes trembling violently like an earthquake. He looked at Wuho Satoru's figure with a horrified expression. This, a lie. Aokiji Admiral these guys, are monsters. It's over. It's over. Even Aokiji Admiral lost. How do we deal with them? These guys are simply not something we can deal with. Their strength is not at the same level as ours. At this moment, despair sprouted in Marines' camp. The successive defeats have already made them lose their fighting spirit. Chapter 34. But you can't stop me. Old man. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The other side. Kronos and Garp are still fighting. At this time, the two are on the battlefield. It is already hundreds of meters away from the battlefield of the Marines. The two were chasing and fighting each other on this vast ice surface, and they were still fighting back and forth. It was also during the fierce battle between the two that a red light flashed, followed by a loud noise. Boom. Kronos and Garp both looked subconsciously. With just a glance, Kronos knew that this was Gojo Satoru's masterpiece. It was at this moment that a low voice suddenly came. Don't be distracted during the battle. Stinky brat. Kronos turned his head to look at the sound. But I saw that Garp had clenched his fists and flew towards him. Seeing the scene, Kronos didn't panic. I saw that he raised his hand violently and displayed his fruit ability. In front of him, a space boundary wall condensed. Splitting void. Accompanied by Kronos' voice. The space boundary wall was also condensed at the same time. And Garp's fist also slammed down the first time. Boom. Boom. Advertisement. Crack. A huge roar sounded. Garp's fist slammed heavily on the space boundary wall that Kronos had condensed. That is, this simple and crude punch. On the space boundary wall formed by the condensation of Kronos. A few cracks were smashed out immediately. Looking at this scene, Kronos' eyes drooped slightly, and he thought to himself. Is it still thinner? Single quote. But it doesn't matter. Single quote. Anyway, the purpose of each condensation is only to resist an attack. Single quote. After thinking about it, Kronos and Garp distanced themselves. For the scene of Garp cracking the space boundary wall with his bare hands. Kronos wasn't too surprised, because it wasn't the first time. And this battle, it's also very different from what Kronos expected. I thought that after exerting all my fruit power, I would be able to overwhelm Garp in terms of strength. But the truth is, Kronos underestimated Haki's strength. When Kronos used the fruit power to fight Garp, he felt the powerlessness of the fruit power to Garp. Of course, this is not because the fruit ability is too weak. But because Garp's top Haki is tough enough. In addition, Kronos itself is not solid enough for the basic skills of fruit ability. So, Kronos even showed the fruit ability. It will also be broken open by Garp in a brutal way. Advertisement. So, in this battle, Kronos exerted his fruit power, and only had the upper hand. It didn't overwhelm Garp. If it were an ordinary person, even a headquarter admiral like Aokiji. It is absolutely impossible to do it, and use the fist to forcefully crack the space boundary wall formed by the fruit's ability. But Garp did it. It was also at this moment that Kronos deeply realized the meaning of the word, Iron Fist, by Garp. Understand why he has no fruit ability, even in old age. You can still stand shoulder to shoulder with the young admirals and the marshal. Presumably, this is because of his fists, that top Haki, right? At this time, Garp galloped towards Kronos at one point. And Kronos is also developing the fruit ability at one time. Gravity attached. Boom. With a soft sound, a strong gravity suddenly pressed on Garp's body. This strong gravity immediately made Garp slump slightly, and his forward movement became slow. But soon Garp straightened up against the pressure again. But the moment Garp struggled to stand up straight, Kronos' power fell on him again. Imprisoned. For a moment, Garp's body couldn't move. Kronos seized the opportunity and jumped up, punching Garp in the face. Boom. Advertisement. The dull thumping sound exploded. Garp flew upside down and fell heavily on the ground. Boom. For a while there was smoke. Thick smoke completely enveloped Garp in it. However, not for a while. Garp stood up again like nothing else. Seeing this scene, Kronos also felt a little helpless. No way. The skin of this guy is really not rough, and the meat is not thick. After being beaten so many times, it's still the same as nothing. Glancing back at the direction Gojo Satoru and the others were, Kronos looked back at Garp. Looks like it's time for me to leave. But when Garp heard the words, he responded in a low voice. What are you talking about yourself? The old man won't allow you to leave, you should stay obediently. There is only prison waiting for you. Listening to Garp's words, Kronos remained calm. But that can't stop me. Old man. 0%. Chapter 35 Show Power, The Terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Stop talking to yourself. Garp shouted, running towards Kronos again. And Kronos just smiled at that. It's not a big talk. Saying that, Kronos raised his hand slightly. The fruit ability unfolds again. Reverse. But in the blink of an eye, Kronos disappeared from Garp's eyes. Instead, it was a sea soldier with a long knife and a confused look on his face. This sailor has just appeared here. Then he saw Garp running towards him with a fist the size of a sandbag. This sudden scene made him scream in surprise, and quickly raised his hand to block in front of him. Garp Vice Admiral. Opposite. Garp also responded. After seeing Kronos turned into a sailor, Garp hurriedly closed his fist and fell. Clatter. As soon as he landed, Garp couldn't help cursing. Damn. It's this trick again. I remember when Kronos first appeared next to him, he used this method. Leave now, as well. Looking up, the big battlefield is only a few hundred meters away. Without much hesitation, Garp rushed out with all his strength. Whoosh. On the other hand, the sea soldiers on the side were already frightened by the scene just now, and they felt a little bit of fear in their hearts. The other side. Advertisement. Gojo Satoru and others are there. That is, when the three of them were engaged in chatting, the figure of Kronos suddenly appeared not far from them. Watching Kronos come back, Gojo Satoru also raised his hand with a smile and said hello. Yo, Captain. Kronos turned his head and glanced at Gojo Satoru. It's time to withdraw. Hearing the order to retreat, the three of them responded at the same time and walked towards Kronos. Learn. However, a few people have not gone far. Gojo Satoru, who looked around, suddenly said with a smile. Hey, Captain. They don't seem to want us to leave. I heard Gojo Satoru's words. Everyone also raised their heads and looked over. I saw that at this time, the surrounding Marines were gradually closing in on them. They all heard what Kronos said earlier. Now that the purpose of their retreat is clear, then is Marine, as a righteous party. Naturally, they can't let them go. Even if you know you can't beat them, you have to do your best to stop them. They're leaving. We have to stop them. Definitely stop them. As long as Garp Vice Admiral and Aokiji Admiral arrive, there is still hope for us. The encirclement of a group of Marines shrinking. While cheering for your partner, you are also cheering yourself up. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Gojo Satoru, Konan, Jiguiwan and the others didn't say much. But they all walked out. Obviously, they are going to get rid of all these Marines. It's just that Gojo Satoru and the others have this heart. Kronos is also convinced that they can solve these Marines. But now Kronos doesn't want to spend too much time here. The three of them can certainly easily deal with these Marines. But if you do it yourself, it will be solved faster. With that in mind, Kronos said calmly again. Let me come. Hearing this, the three people on the side were all slightly taken aback. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look at Kronos. But I saw that Kronos was already at the forefront again. It was also the moment when Kronos took a step. The aura around him changed drastically. A powerful and terrifying coercion slowly overflowed from him. The next second, Kronos stepped down. Clatter. Boom. A deafening hum sounded. Kronos owned top-of-the-line Conqueror's hockey. At this moment, it spewed out and enveloped the quartet. Boom rumble. In an instant, the world darkened. A gust of invisible wind blew up, centered on Kronos, and swept in all directions. Boom. Advertisement. It was a terrifying pressure like a mountain. In an instant, it pressed all the Marines around. Boom. This moment, everyone's actions are stagnant. There was an eerie silence all around. Even in the distance, Garp was rushing towards this side. After feeling this powerful breath, he couldn't help but stop his steps and stood still. At this moment, his eyes were trembling slightly. His face was full of unbelievable horror. This is Conqueror's hockey. On the other side, where Kronos is. With Kronos cast Conqueror's hockey. Quickly, the hundreds of Marines who gradually formed an encirclement turned their eyes and fell on the ice. Plop, plop, plop. But in the blink of an eye, hundreds of Marines have been eliminated by Kronos. Even Gojo Satoru, Yukuni Yuichi and Konan, who are companions. After seeing this scene, I was also a little shocked. With his mouth slightly open, Konan still whispered in disbelief. It's all solved in a flash. 10%. Chapter 36 Powerful Space Capabilities, Breaking Through the Ice. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Fantastic. How is this done? Teach me too, Captain. At this moment, even Gojo Satoru couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Just relying on the burst of breath, all the enemies are instantly solved. This looks super cool, right? If it were Gojo Satoru to deal with these Marines, of course he can easily solve it. But if you want to be like Kronos, just rely on the burst of breath to kill all the enemies in an instant. Wu Tiaowu clearly understands that he can't do it himself. At this time, the Kamui pirates' ship. The pirates who hid behind and watched the situation on the battlefield quietly. After seeing Kronos take out all the Marines in an instant, he couldn't help swallowing collectively. Gollum. Embarrassedly, the 10 pirates leaned against the ship on the deck in fear. Am I dreaming? Is this serious? Should I be dazzled? If I don't have dazzle, then you shouldn't have dazzle either. Is this too strong? It's not just strong. It's ridiculously strong, isn't it? Solved all the Marines in an instant. Is this really something a human can do? Advertisement. It's as strong as a monster. It now seems that the strength of the captain is even more terrible than we imagined. By the way, did you just see what happened? This time, the 10 pirates present all looked at each other. After a while, Chi-Chi shook his head. I didn't see anything, just felt a palpitations. Me too. When I reacted, all those Marines fell. Speaking of which, everyone was silent. Immediately afterwards, they saw their heads buried in their knees. Huddled beside the boat shivering. It was also at this time that Kronos and others returned. There was a sound of footsteps. The 10 people who were curled up immediately shuddered and turned their heads to look over. When they saw that it was Kronos and the others coming back, they immediately stood up and said hurriedly. Ship, Captain. Kronos glanced at their appearance. Nor did they blame them for being timid or not helping. Instead, he said calmly. Get ready to sail. I need a little time to break the ice. Hear Kronos' orders. Advertisement. Everyone didn't dare to make a sound, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and then retreated. After ordering things, Kronos also turned his head and looked into the distance. Garp, galloping towards this direction. According to his current speed, it is estimated that it will only take more than 30 seconds to hit the boat. Kronos didn't care too much about it, though. As a result, it was these 30 seconds that was enough for him to break through the ice and set sail. Second, even if Garp hits, it will only be beaten. You don't even need the whole team to go together, even you and Gojo Satoru are both confident that they can kill him. At this time, Wujo Sho came up again. I saw him glance at Garp who was coming here, and at Kronos next to him. Do you need me to deal with him? Hearing Gojo Satoru's words, Kronos took another look at Garp in the distance. After a moment's hesitation, Kronos said with a smile. No need. Having said that, Kronos has already unfolded the fruit ability. Get ready to charge up a massive capacity to shatter the entire ice so the ship can move. Then time passed. As Garp got closer to the ship, Kronos' accumulated power grew. 20 seconds passed. The accumulation of Kronos' power is complete. Garp is also less than 50 meters from the boat. That's when Kronos activated his abilities. Advertisement. Boom. A harsh hum sounded. Violent turbulence began to occur throughout the ice. Boom rumble. At this moment, feeling the strong turbulence of the ice, even Garp couldn't help but gradually stop. What's going on here? Could it be that guy's method again? It was also at the same time that Garp's surprised words came out. The thick layer of ice made a sharp sound. Crack clap. A crack spread out at an extremely fast speed. In the next second, there was only a loud dong sound. The entire ice layer suddenly cracked, and a huge crack was opened. And this is not over yet. Countless cracks spread again on the ice layer that has been divided into two halves. Immediately afterwards, there was the continuous roaring noise. Boom rumble. Boom. 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 At this moment, the huge ice layer split into countless huge ice blocks. There are sudden rises and sudden collapses. The seawater that was squeezed under the ice layer was also liberated at this moment, and poured out from the cracks in the broken ice layer. Boom rumble. Asterisk. Chapter 37 New member, Tiandao Pain. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With the ice breaking, the ship was able to sail again. And Kronos, standing on the deck of the ship. Look at the ice layers that rise one after another, are lifted up by the sea and then collapse and collapse. The other side. Garp stood on a large shattered block of ice, looking at the water pouring around him. On one side is the Kamui pirates who are gradually leaving. On the other side, is the sea soldier who passed out and fell into danger. If you continue to hunt down the Kamui pirates who are about to leave, those fainted sailors will face the danger of being crushed by ice and sinking to the bottom of the sea. If you go to rescue these sailors, the Kamui pirates will leave. After hesitating for a moment, Garp finally gave up chasing the Kamui pirates who left, and instead rescued the seamen who were in danger. Rumble rumble. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. An encounter ended. The Kamui pirates also left the waters intact, sailing anew on the peaceful and calm sea. At this time, the captain is indoors. Advertisement. The long-lost system notification sound once again echoed in Kronos' mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Congrats on the prestige upgrade of the host. Get the prestige value plus 500. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket prestige close black lens bracket. 1003. Kronos couldn't help feeling a little emotional when he saw his prestige break through 4 digits. Entering the prize pool again, Kronos came to the page for calling members. Open black lens bracket call members 800 time close black lens bracket. No distress, no hesitation. Kronos clicked the summon button. Then accompanied by another prompt sound from the system. Prestige value minus 800. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the members of Hokage World, Tiandao Pain. Close black lens bracket. After hearing that the member of this call turned out to be Pain, there was also a slightly surprised look on Kronos' face. Because Pain is just a puppet, controlled by Nagato. Now, it seems a bit inappropriate to just summon the puppet of Tiandao Pain, right? Just as Kronos thought about it, in front, countless light particles emerged. Immediately afterwards, these light spots quickly gathered together to form a silhouette of a person. After a while, a light man appeared in front of Kronos. Advertisement. As the light gradually dimmed, a white humanoid sculpture also appeared in front of Kronos' eyes. Crack. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound from the sculpture, and countless cracks emerged. Immediately afterwards, the white body of the sculpture began to peel off inch by inch, turning into a little flame and dust. Dissipated in midair, and the figure of Tiandao Pain also completely appeared in front of Kronos at this moment. He was tall, with short brown hair, and wore black studs on his ears, nose, chin, and body. At this time, Tiandao Pain's eyelids moved slightly. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing the pair of purple pupils with black rims. Seeing Kronos' first glance, Tiandao Pain called out softly, "Captain." At the same time as his voice sounded, the system's prompt sound also echoed in Kronos' mind. Warm reminder. This member was formerly a puppet, and this call already has self-awareness. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system prompt, Kronos showed a stunned expression. Now that you have self-awareness, everything is fine. Looking at Tiandao Pain in front of him, Kronos ordered. You go and say hello to the other members first, let's get acquainted. Hearing this, Tiandao Pain didn't say much. Advertisement. He just nodded, responded with a, yeah, turned and left the captain's room. After Pain left that day, Kronos checked the system page again. At this time, the prestige value is still 203. The prestige required for the next summoning of members was also raised to 1600 as expected by Kronos. It seems that it will become more and more difficult to gather members in the future. Muttering to himself, Kronos closed the system page. The other side. After Tiandao Pain left the captain's room, he walked along the corridor in the cabin and walked straight towards the deck of the ship. Suddenly, there was only a squeak sound. The door was opened, and two pirates who were talking and laughing also came to the corridor from the room. It's just that they just walked into the corridor. Suddenly, he noticed Tiandao Pain coming from the other side. Instinctively, both of them turned their heads subconsciously. But when they saw the appearance of Tiandao Pain, immediately, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and the hairs all over their bodies stood on end. Who is this? Intruder. An intruder. Asterisk. Advertisement. Chapter 38 Scary and Mysterious Gang. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. So at the same time, the other side. The sea where Garp is located. The sea is full of floating ice fragments. Most of the Marines were already familiar from the coma. 3 or 2 of them stood on a block of ice, using the ice block as a boat, and rowed towards the dog-headed warship little by little. At this time, Garp was sitting on a block of ice, quietly looking at the direction where the Kamui pirates were leaving. Although, the Kamui pirates are no longer in sight. Clatter. Suddenly, a clear sound was heard. The figure of Aokiji landed next to Garp. Garp didn't look, but already knew who it was. Let them escape. Garp murmured softly with mixed feelings. Aokiji on the side was silent for a moment when he heard the words. They are very strong, not like ordinary pirates. Hearing this, Garp was silent. Aokiji also looked up in the direction Garp was looking at. On the ship of the Kamui pirates. After a little farce, everyone also knew the arrival of the new members. Except for the 10 pirates. The other people, namely Wudiawu and them, all know the way of heaven. Advertisement. From the moment they were called out, they knew each other. Whether it's first or last, whenever a new member is called, they will know each other's names. Even people from different worlds know each other's names. The only drawback may be that they only knew each other's names in the beginning of their relationship. Time flies. Soon, night fell. In the cabin, in a large bed room for 20 people. The 10 pirates tossed and turned on the bed, their brains were messing around, but they couldn't sleep. After a while, another pirate got up, breaking the silence in the room. I saw his deliberately lowered voice and said in a low voice. Ah, are you all asleep? With this voice asked. After a while, he got a response from several people. Nope, I do not have either. I can't sleep at all. Me too. Hearing that there were still so many people who didn't sleep, the pirate who asked the question felt a little relieved. Fortunately, it's not just me who can't sleep alone. After a while, he heard another question. Hey, what do you think about today's events? Hearing this, someone asked back in confusion. What's up? Advertisement. The pirate who asked the question was stunned. Tisk. It's the crew member who suddenly appeared on the ship. Tell me honestly, did anyone see when he got on the boat? The room fell silent. Immediately afterwards, someone responded. No, I didn't see it either. After speaking, the room fell silent for the second time. After a while, there was humanity again. You say, what is the origin of the captain and his crew? I think, what are they like? You all see it. These guys are not like ordinary people. As soon as this matter was brought up, everyone fell silent. Because as he said, Kronos and the others are doing their thing these days, they are all watching. Needless to say, the terrifying power they showed. The second is that every crew member, including Captain Kronos, revealed the mystery. After seeing God's ignorance and Ghost's ignorance boarding the ship, Tiandao Pain This mystery is even stronger. Soon, someone echoed this statement. When you say that, it's true. It always feels like they are a little mysterious. Indeed. And did you find out that when Pain first appeared, Wu Tiao and the others were not surprised at all, as if they had known each other for a long time. Besides, Pain is wearing the same black trench coat as Conan is wearing. Advertisement. Hey, when you said that, I suddenly remembered something. I don't know if you have noticed. Captain, he has never recruited crew members. These crew members seem to have boarded the ship by themselves, did you find out? Even when we saw the captain for the first time, Ji Guoyuan came here by himself in a small boat after the captain took control of the ship for a long time. After speaking, a guess suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Almost at the moment when the thought came up, everyone's pupils shrank slightly and climbed up from the bed. You said, will the captain already have a very powerful gang? He didn't want to recruit crew members at all during this time, but in this vast sea, crew members gather to board the ship from time to time, and they all know each other. As soon as the conclusion came out, everyone's expressions changed. They looked at each other with horror on their faces. Until this moment, they finally understood. Why didn't they recruit crew members, but they kept gathering crew members, and they were still on this vast sea? And why? They were not surprised by each other's appearance. There is only one answer. They are a gang. Just what a terrible gang can there be so many powerful members at the same time? Right now, it's just a few people gathered. Just enough to fight Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji and Marine Hero Garp Vice Admiral. What would it be like if they all gathered together? The strength is comparable, or even surpassed, in the Grand Line. A sea emperor with a prestigious name. And they are about to witness the resurgence and rise of such a terrifying and mysterious gang. Looking at each other, everyone seemed to see the conjecture in the other's heart, and swallowed hard. Guru. Advertisement. 11%. Chapter 39 Reward Order. The latest reward is released. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sleep. At this time, the pirate who started the topic first shouted. Then he didn't care about anyone else, and just lay down on his own. While others heard. After looking at each other for a while, they all lay down. I can't talk about this topic anymore. And the other side. Kronos in the captain's cabin didn't know it yet. These pirates have given him the origin, and regard them as a mysterious and terrifying gang. The quiet time passed quickly. 2 days later. On the calm sea. The captain flying the Kamui pirate flag sails at a constant speed on the sea. On the deck, a lot of people gathered. Kronos also changed his previous high-intensity training and chose to relax. On the side of the boat at this time, Kronos, Gojo Satoru, and Jikuniwan sat in a row. With a fishing rod in hand, they are quietly fishing for sea fish. This is nothing to Gojo Satoru and Kronos, but to Jigyu Yueni, it is a new thing. Because this is the first time he has tried the leisurely activity of fishing. After a while, Ji Guiwan caught a big fish. Advertisement. Not long after that, Ji Guiwan caught another big fish. In just 1 hour, Ji Guiwan harvested 5 fish. On the other hand, Wuho Satoru and Kronos, let alone caught fish, didn't even bite the hook. After a long while, Wuju's gaze shifted from staring at the sea to staring at Jigyu Yueni. I saw him staring at the fishing rod in Ji Guiwan's hand, and whispered to Kronos. Hey, Captain, is there something wrong with our fishing rod? Hearing Gojo Satoru's words, Kronos subconsciously looked at the fishing rod in his hand. Looking behind him again, there was not a single fish. On the other side of Jiguiwan, there are 5. After a moment of silence, Kronos said hesitantly. Probably. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru turned his head to look at Kronos. Kronos also looked at Gojo Satoru. In the next second, a smile appeared on Wuho Satoru's face. Immediately afterwards, he took his fishing rod and happily walked towards Jiguiwan. Haha, Yueni, shall we change the fishing rod? Hearing Wu Diao Wu's request, Ji Guiwan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He subconsciously looked at the fishing rod in his hand. Immediately, he turned his gaze to Wujo Satoru. Wujo Satoru, on the other hand, held a fishing rod and swayed in front of Ji Guiwan with a smile. Advertisement. After hesitating for a moment, Ji Guiwan nodded and agreed to Wuho Satoru's request for a pole change. Can. After getting the fishing rod in Jiguiwan's hand, Gojo Satoru sat back next to Kronos with great interest, and said confidently. Look at me catching a few fish bigger than you any. So, the next hour. Not only Gojo Satoru and Kronos didn't catch a fish, but even Jigyu Ueni was out of fish and bit the hook. It was also when the three were depressed. Kronos suddenly heard the sound of the system beep in his mind again. Open black lens bracket ding. Congrats on the promotion of host's prestige, get +5 prestige. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congrats on the promotion of host's prestige, get +10 prestige. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congrats on the promotion of host's prestige, get +2 prestige. Close black lens bracket. The sudden sound of continuous beeps made Kronos look puzzled. At the same time, there were several high-pitched and shrill calls of seagulls in the air. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Kronos looked up. It was 3 newspaper delivery gulls. Seeing the figure of the newspaper delivery gull, Kronos also understood the reason why the system prompted him to increase his prestige. Looking at the 3 newspaper gulls flying, Kronos smiled and murmured softly. It turned out to be a good thing they did. ... Advertisement. ... It is located on the waters of the Grand Line. On a quirky ship flying the Bonnie Pirates flag. In the captain's room. Bonnie lay quietly on the bed and fell asleep. However, at this time, she was asleep. But his face was a little ugly. There was even a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, she shuddered, opened her eyes and sat up. Who? At this moment, Bonnie's face turned pale. Cold sweat ran down his cheeks, and Bonnie gasped. When she saw the familiar appearance around her, she was still in the captain's room. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. But even so, her mood was still a little confused. After a while, she calmed down. Wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Bonnie covered his face and cursed in a deep voice. Asshole. Asterisk. Advertisement. 11%. Chapter 40 Breaking the 100 million reward, the stunned Bonnie. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As soon as Bonnie's low scolding fell, there were 2 knocks on the door outside the captain's room. Boom. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the captain's room was pushed away. Squeak. A female pirate walked in. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Bonnie sitting on the bed and hiding his face. Seeing Bonnie in this look, she couldn't help but froze for a moment. Then he asked in doubt. Have a nightmare? Hearing this, Bonnie was silent for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and replied in a deep voice. Hold head high. Dream about those guys again. It's really haunted. Bonnie took a deep breath and rubbed his face vigorously. And the female pirate didn't say much after hearing Bonnie's words. She felt the same way about this. Only after that incident. The people on the boat have had similar nightmares, and they have been doing it for 3 days. The people who dream are almost the same. A group of pirates who added blood to the knife and even committed murder and arson, had nightmares for 3 consecutive days because of one incident. It is conceivable that at that time, they suffered a terrible blow in their hearts. This phenomenon did not settle down until 3 days later. Advertisement. After that, although some people still have nightmares from time to time, it is almost a rare occurrence. Calm down the fear in my heart. Bonnie also came back to his senses and reacted. Turning to look at the female pirate who walked in, Bonnie asked. By the way, what's the matter with you coming to see me? Hearing this, the female pirate couldn't help but hesitate. After a while, she took out a newspaper and asked tentatively. Today's newspaper, do you want to read it? There's news about those guys. As soon as the female pirate said this, Bonnie's body froze. The pupils also contracted slightly uncontrollably. The entire captain's room also fell into silence. Seeing that Bonnie didn't make a sound, the female pirate also seemed to see Bonnie's thoughts and waved to say. Okay. I understand, then I'll go first. With that said, the female pirate is about to turn around and leave. But at this moment, Bonnie suddenly stopped her. And many more. The female pirate looked back in confusion. I saw Bonnie beckoned and ordered. Bring it here. In fact, some time ago, Bonnie and the others tried to find some information about Kronos. Just let them find it. As a result, no news and information about Kronos could be found. Reminiscent of the act of grabbing the boat when they first met them. Advertisement. Bonnie and others also began to guess whether they were pirates who had just set out to sea. After all, a pirate group with powerful crew members and even more powerful captains. If it hadn't just gone to sea, how could there not be a ship of its own? Came to a conclusion. In the end, they had no choice but to give up and continue to inquire about the news of Kronos and others. At this time, the female pirate walked towards Bonnie and handed over the newspaper. Is your current state okay? After reading it, you won't have nightmares again, will you? Bonnie gave the female pirate a blank look and said impatiently. Let's be less verbose. Taking the newspaper, Bonnie opened it up and read it briefly. This is the first look. Bonnie saw Kronos' portrait on the first page of the page. And there is also information about him written on it. Among them, another paragraph of fonts that has been specially enlarged and bolded as the most conspicuous. Kamui Pirates, Kronos. Seeing these words, Bonnie also showed a stunned expression. So, his name is Kronos. Kamui Pirates. Talking to himself, Bonnie continued to look down. However, when she saw Kronos' bounty, Bonnie's pupils shrank sharply. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. Advertisement. Reward. 0.237 million berry. Bonnie felt a tingling in his scalp as he counted the series. This is the first time that the wanted order is issued, and the reward amount directly exceeds 100 million. And such a high reward is almost twice his own. Bonnie was horrified. Those guys, what the hell did they do during this time? Can this bounty soar directly to 200 million? His eyes stayed on Kronos' portrait for a long time, and Bonnie continued to read the text. Soon, she saw another familiar portrait. It was a man with silver white hair and a black blindfold. This man, Bonnie will never forget. The strength he showed at that time was simply terrifying. With the power of one person alone, all the members of the two pirate groups were defeated in a short period of time. Quickly, Bonnie noticed a string of numbers next to the copy. When Bonnie saw the series of numbers clearly, her expression changed immediately. Kamui Pirates, Gojo Satoru, Bounty. 0.178 million berry. At this moment, there was an uncontrollable look of horror on Bonnie's face. A Kamui pirate group, with an estimated number of 4. There are already 2 people who have been wanted for the first time, and the reward directly exceeds 100 million. Chapter 41 New Member. Pain, Animal Road. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kamui Pirates Ship. Kronos just skimmed through the contents of the newspaper before putting it back together. In the newspapers, Kronos also learned of his bounty, which jumped to 237 million berry. There are also 178 million berry of Gojo Satoru. There are also tens of millions of Konan and Jigyu Ueni. Naturally, there is no reward for Tiandao Pain, after all, he has just been called out not long ago. At this time, everyone around was still reading the newspaper. Newspapers came out reporting some things about the Kamui Pirates, and other things. If it were a normal day, Kronos would also take a good look at the newspapers. However, now he doesn't care about it. Because with the help of the delivery gull, Kronos got a huge sum of money. Open black lens bracket prestige close black lens bracket. 2307. Now that there is money, gathering members is naturally a priority. Going to the prize pool panel of the system, Kronos clicked the call button again. Prestige value minus 1600. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the members of Hokage World, Beast Dao, Pain. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the names of the members of the call, Kronos couldn't help feeling a little surprised. This time, is it also in the Hokage world? It's a coincidence that 2 Pain have been summoned in succession. Advertisement. Not far away. The 10 pirates were also looking at the newspaper at this time. For some reason, they suddenly raised their heads and looked at each other collectively. He stuttered a little when he spoke. I read that right. My eyes aren't blooming, are they? While speaking, they rubbed their eyes vigorously, and once set their eyes on the newspaper. Looking at the series of numbers next to the Kronos portrait, they began to count one by one. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 1,000, 10 million, billion. Point to the numbers and count them one by one. When they confirmed that they counted correctly, everyone gasped. Sigh. 237 million berry. The captain's bounty. 237 million berry. Gojo Satoru. A bounty of 178 million berry. Following the fate of the country, there is a bounty of 87 million berry. Conan. A bounty of 75 million berry. Amazing. Say this. Unbelievable shocked expressions appeared on the faces of everyone. There are two big pirates with a reward of over 100 million on one boat. Advertisement. And the rewards for the other two are close to breaking 100 million. What a bunch of scary guys. The average bounty is over 100 million, right? Our former captain and co-captain, their combined bounties are not as high as Conan's. After saying that, everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at Conan not far away. That is, when everyone's eyes fell on Conan. On the deck, Conan, Tendo Pain, Gojo Satoru and 1 or 4 people from Jiguiwan. Suddenly Chi-Chi raised his head and looked in one direction. Seeing this sudden scene, everyone was stunned. What's the matter? What are they looking at? Did something come over? Several pirates talk about the day. Above the sky, suddenly there was a sharp and harsh cry. Cry. The sudden sound shocked several pirates. I was thinking about looking up at the sky. A huge black shadow suddenly landed on the deck. Boom. Boom. Under the heavy landing of this behemoth, the entire ship trembled violently. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, a huge monster bird with a dark green body and several thick black spikes pierced through its body appeared in front of everyone. Kronos, not far away, recognized this strange bird at a glance and named it, Eight-Handed Bird. One of the summoning beasts of Beast Dopain. At this time, a person also slowly walked out of Yagasaki's back. And she is also the beast Dao Pain that Kronos summoned earlier. Leaping from the back of Yagasaki, the beast Dao Pain came to Kronos and called out softly. Captain. Kronos smiled and nodded in response. Soon, Gojo Satoru, Conan and the others also gathered. Similar to Tien Dao Pain, the beast Dao Pain summoned this time also has self-consciousness. And the other side. The 10 pirates shrank to one side and shivered. Because at this moment, the huge 8 Chinooks were watching them closely, as if they were going to eat half of them. Guru. He swallowed hard. The pirates looked at Yatagaka's purple pupils that were bigger than half of them, and said with trembling voices. It doesn't mean it wants to eat us. 2%. Chapter 42 Pirates. But they are incompetent people. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Several days have passed since the beast Dug Pain boarded the ship. One calm morning, the Kamui pirates discovered the traces of an island. On the lookout on the main pole of the ship. The pirates in charge of the lookout saw the distant island early. At this moment, he only felt that the heavy stone in his heart was finally removed. Somewhat excited, the lookout pirate lay on the fence and shouted at the crew below. Islands. It's an island. I found the island. Hearing this, below, those busy pirate sect couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately afterwards, they all came back to their senses. Asked at the confirmation above. Is this real? You read that right. Soon, the pirates who looked out for the wind responded to this. Can't be wrong. It's an island. You can see it in a little while. I heard the affirmative answer from the lookout pirates. Without exception, all of them had smiles on their faces. Advertisement. Then I will notify the captain. A pirate shouted excitedly, turned and ran into the cabin. Soon, the captain's room, where Kronos was ringing. Boom. Boom. After Kronos came in and fell. The pirate who reported it came to Kronos and said with a smile on his face. Captain. Found the island. Hearing this news, Kronos also slowly raised his head. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. On the other side, on that unknown island. In a jungle with high cliffs. A fierce-faced man is looking through the telescope in his hand. Looking at the distant sea, the ship slowly sailing towards the island. After a while, the two men standing beside him asked. How is it? Lon, do you see what kind of ship it is? Is it a pirate ship? Hearing the inquiry, the man named Lon who was holding the telescope slowly put down the telescope. He spoke with absolute certainty. Well, it's a pirate ship. I saw their skull pattern. As soon as these words came out, the two men on the side immediately raised their weapons and showed playful smiles. Hey, it's finally here, but I can't wait any longer. Advertisement. Yeah, I almost forgot how I felt when I killed a pirate last time. I just don't know if their treasure is as much as the group of pirates last time. When the treasure is distributed this time, I have to go and purify the fire. Looking at the pair of two people, it seems that they have obtained the treasure. Lon also interrupted helplessly. Okay, I don't know how much treasure they have. Don't think about it. Go and inform the master first. I will stay here to monitor them. Listening to Lon's words, the other two men also smiled embarrassingly. Hey, okay. Oh, by the way, you help me pay attention to whether there are any chicks on their boat. As soon as these words came out, Lon suddenly quenched his mouth. Tisk. What are you thinking? Even if you have it or not. It's not your turn to be good looking, and you're not interested if you don't look good. Hearing this, the man didn't say anything, and walked away with a smile. Soon after, the two men returned to their stronghold. Came to the wooden house where they were headed. He also reported the news that a pirate ship was heading towards the island. Hearing the news, the head of the family immediately burst into laughter. Gia ha ha ha, pirates. It's coming. The treasures we robbed of the pirates last time have already been used up. Advertisement. Notice. Let the brothers prepare. Prepare to have a big fight. The bandit leader waved his hand and instructed the 6 or 7 little leaders on both sides, hockey. Hearing this, these laughing heads also showed excitement. Raising the weapon in his hand, he responded loudly. Have a blast. Kill them all. Grab the treasure. Grab the treasure. However, it was under the excitement of the crowd. A small leader came to the bandit leader's side. After hesitating for a while, he asked in a low voice. Master, do we need to inquire about them first, and then start after understanding? Otherwise, if there are strong people among them, we may be a little dangerous. Hearing this, the bandit leader immediately turned his head to look at the little leader. Immediately afterwards, the bandit leader frowned and scolded displeased Ly. Stronger. In your eyes, am I even worse than a group of pirates? Don't forget, I have a bounty of up to 39 million berry, madman, Estaku. I am the strong one. Humph. What pirates are you talking about? But they are just a group of incompetent people who choose to go out to sea because they can't get along on land. Chapter 43. Just imagining makes me fall into an ice cave. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Steku said these words. The little leader who made the suggestion earlier stopped talking. Seeing that the little leader fell silent, Steku snorted coldly, and again ordered the surrounding little leaders. Go. Go get ready. I want to sacrifice the flags with the heads of those incompetent people. At this moment, the fighting spirit of the little leaders was ignited. There were cheering smiles on everyone's faces. I hope that the pirates this time will not think of the group of pirates last time, a group of soft bones. Come on, pirates. My broadsword is already hungry and thirsty. Kill them all. Grab their treasure. The small leaders held knives and walked out of the wooden house with a grin. Victory will be theirs. Treasure will belong to them. For these 2 points, they firmly believe, and believe it. Just mere pirates, they killed more. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Island coast. As the ship got closer to the island, the entire Kamui pirates gathered on the deck. Wudiao Wu, Tiandao Pain, Jigyu Yueni, Conan and Animal Dao Pain stood on both sides of the boat. Kronos, on the other hand, stood at the bow. Facing the cool sea breeze, I watched the ship gradually dock. Advertisement. The 10 pirate handymen stood in the back. However, at this moment, their emotions were not quite right. Some people's hands and feet trembled slightly, as if they were nervous or afraid of something. The eyes were erratic, but they didn't notice it themselves. Soon, the ship docked. All the crew began to land on the island at the order of Kronos. As soon as he got off the boat, Kronos turned back and shouted to the 10 pirates. You. Only. Kronos' voice had just come out. Among the 10 people, one person shuddered as if he had been frightened. There was little movement, and he was still standing in the crowd. If he hadn't been paying attention to him, he might not have noticed his unusual behavior. Only, for Kronos. Even if he didn't pay attention to him, Kronos had a panoramic view of his subtle actions. Squinting slightly, Kronos glanced at the man, but didn't ask anything about it. Instead, he said what he wanted to say. The 10 of you are going to replenish the necessary supplies and set sail in the evening. Listening to Kronos' words, everyone didn't dare to refute, but nodded quickly in response. Yes. With that said, the 10 of them left the coast first. At this moment, Conan walked up to Kronos and whispered, "Captain, some of them look a little wrong. I'm afraid they have some careful thoughts." Advertisement. Kronos didn't immediately respond to Conan's reminder. But after watching the backs of the 10 people leave for a long time, he opened his mouth and said, "I know, I see." After speaking, Kronos turned his head to look at the side of the beast Dopane. "Please take a trip. If you make small moves, don't leave any of them. Be quieter." Beast Dopane walked out slowly from behind. Replied softly, "It is good." Saying that, she walked in the direction where the 10 pirates left. At the same time, Gojo Satoru approached Kronos and said with a smile, "Don't worry about that guy." Kronos smiled and spoke indifferently. "It's okay, let him go." Kronos stepped forward. Gojo Satoru, Jikuni Yuichi and Conan saw Kronos say so. Just ignore it and keep up with Kronos. And Heavenly Pain. But before taking a step, he slowly turned his head and looked in the direction of the grass on the high cliff. When Tiandao Pain looked towards the grass on the high cliff. Behind the grass, Ron, who has been secretly observing Kronos and others. Advertisement. When he saw Tiandao Pain looking this way, he squatted down abruptly. An inexplicable and intense fear enveloped his body and mind at this moment. It made his heart beat wildly. Boom, boom. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and Ron swallowed hard and said to himself, "What's going on? Did he find me? No, he shouldn't have spotted me, or he wouldn't have been indifferent." In the murmur, Lon felt a little at ease. After a pause, he stood up again and looked down. When he saw that Kronos and others had gone far, the terrifying man in a long black trench coat did not stop. Lon was completely relieved. Let's go. It seems that they really didn't find me." Saying that, Lon pondered for a moment. The appearance of Tiandao Pain could not help but emerge in his mind. Those cold purple eyes and that weird dress made people shudder. Just imagining it makes me fall into an ice cave. That guy, is that a monster? Chapter 44. We are just dispensable handymen. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 10 pirates walked in the streets with people coming and going. Someone is thinking about the materials to be purchased this time. There are also people who are thinking about their own thoughts. At this moment, the man walking at the front of the line suddenly stopped walking. The people behind also stopped as the man stopped. Soon, someone asked incomprehensibly, "Why did you stop? We have a lot of things to purchase this time, and we are going to set sail in the evening. There's not much time left for us." With these words spoken, walking in front of the team, the man who stopped first turned his head with a cold face. "Are you a dummy? You don't want to go back, do you?" Hearing these sudden words, the pirate who opened his mouth was stunned. At this moment, he also realized that something was wrong. At this moment, the leading man spoke again. "Don't be stupid, let's see the reality. Take a good look at our current situation. To tell you the truth, when I discovered the island, I talked with Harry and Lunt. We have to take this opportunity to go to the island to leave and escape their control." As soon as this is said, people who don't know about it. His face changed immediately. I saw a pirate take a step and shouted in a low mood. Advertisement. "Flynn, are you crazy? Do you know what you're talking about?" Flynn's expression remained unchanged, looking at the talking young pirate and said calmly, "I know exactly what I'm talking about. It's you, a sock, and you. Are you aware of your situation? Do you really think that if we follow them and listen to them, we will be fine? What we're doing now is just some chores. We are not their companions, just a bunch of handymen. A bunch of worthless, dispensable handymen. A group of worthless people, do you really think you can gain a firm foothold among these monsters? Have you forgotten the way that strange bird looked at us that day? That's to eat our eyes. It won't even be long before we become the belly of that strange bird. Flynn spoke in high spirits about the precarious situation they are in now. This speech also successfully silenced everyone and fell into thinking. When people thought about their situation carefully, after thinking about Flynn's words, someone was moved. But they are very rational without superficial meaning. Instead, he asked, their strength is so powerful, can you walk away? Hearing the inquiry, Flynn replied solemnly and affirmatively. Can. Advertisement. Like I said, we're just a bunch of handymen. They don't care about our lives at all. Even if we escape, they don't bother to care. Anyone can do something like a handyman. With Flynn's answer in the affirmative, there was a low person in his heart, and he immediately stood up and said, let's go. Right, I'll go with you. There is a start. Immediately, 2 more people joined in. Flynn, I'll go with you too. Me too. At this time, 10 pirates, including Flynn, 6 people have clearly expressed their intention to leave. Okay, let's leave together then. Flynn responded to the trio. He turned his attention to Asok and the other 3 who did not make a statement. And Asok, how about you? Do you want to come with us? Hearing Flynn's words, Asok gritted his teeth. After a long while, he spoke in a deep voice. If you want to go, just go. I stayed. As a former companion, I will treat you as I don't know about you. After that, Asok turned around and passed Flynn, and strode out. Seeing Asok leave, Flynn didn't stop him either. Advertisement. Instead, he looked at the last 3 people who didn't make a statement. What about you? After the 3 people fought for a while, they finally gritted their teeth. I'm like Asok, stay. I do not go. I'm not leaving either. After expressing their attitude, the 3 of them passed Flynn and caught up with Asok. Looking at the backs of the 4 leaving, Flynn shouted again. You can do it yourself. Escape before evening, it's not too late. However, the 4 Asoks did not respond to Flynn's words. Flynn didn't care about it either, turned around and left with the others. And what they don't know is, not far from this street, wearing a long black windbreaker with a red auspicious cloud pattern embroidered on the windbreaker, Dao Payne, the beast. Standing on the roof, watching all their actions coldly. Looking at the Flynn 6 who chose to leave. Beast Dao Payne's eyes drooped slightly, and he murmured indifferently and calmly. 6 people. There are a lot of people. With the fall of the voice, the figure of the animal Dao Payne also disappeared on the roof in an instant. Dash. Chapter 45 Cry You Drunkards. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Flynn walks across the street with a group of people who are leaving the Kamui pirates. Avoid the crowd and walk in the alley. Walking at the front of the line, Flynn began to explain the plan to leave. Go past the corner ahead and we'll split up. The goal of walking in groups is too big to be noticeable. In order to avoid unexpected accidents, after we separated, we hid in a safe place for a day or 2. Although our existence is optional, we can't afford that. It's safer to hide for 2 days. Hearing this, the people behind also nodded in agreement. Well, you're right. Listen to you. Yes, we all listen to you. The crowd smiled in agreement. Flynn nodded in satisfaction. But at this moment, a bad premonition suddenly rose in Flynn's heart. Da da da. Just listening to the corner of the alley, suddenly there was a faint sound of footsteps. This sudden movement immediately made Flynn frown and raised his hand to stop everyone from advancing. Stop. Look at Flynn's unusual behavior. Advertisement. There were puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, and they asked inexplicably. What's wrong? Why stop? Do you have anything else to say? A series of questions were thrown. But Flynn couldn't hear it at all. A strong unease stirred in his heart, and Flynn suddenly scolded a little annoyed. Quiet. This time, everyone immediately shut up. The sound of footsteps coming from the corner of the alley also clearly reached everyone's ears. Da da da. The moment they heard the footsteps, a bad premonition rose in everyone's heart. This is, someone is approaching. It can't be them. No, we just decided to leave not long ago, they can't find out. It should be someone who happened to pass by. Yes. It should be someone who happened to pass by. However, the mouth of the people said so. But it's just self-comforting. Their actions have betrayed them. They are retreating. They are, in fear. In fear. Da da da. The sound of footsteps became more and more clear from far to near. Advertisement. Everyone's nerves were also tense. Soon, a figure came out from the corner. Appeared in front of Flynn and others. It was a woman with short brown hair and a long black windbreaker with a red auspicious cloud pattern embroidered on the windbreaker. And she is also Pain of the Kamui Pirates, the animal way. See this sudden scene. The expressions of the 6 people, including Flynn, changed. The boundless fear enveloped their hearts, causing their pupils to contract sharply involuntarily. The body also trembled violently like a sieve. Staring at the beast Dao Pain in front of him, everyone shouted in horror. Is her. It's from the Kamui Pirates, why is she here? Flynn. This is different from what you said. You lied to me. You lied to me. Flynn. Escape. In the shouting, everyone was already scared by the appearance of Dao Pain, the beast. And the beast Dao Pain just stood there. With that pair of purple renegons, he stared indifferently at the 6 people fleeing in the alley. The next second, the beast Dao Pain beckoned. A black stick suddenly slipped out of her cuff and was held in her palm. Also at the same moment. Advertisement. The animal Dao Pain held a black stick and galloped towards the 6 people. The sound of desperate mourning also sounded in the alley at this moment. No. Don't kill me, I won't run away. PFF'd. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. At the same time. In a tavern in a small town. There are a lot of drinkers in the tavern at the moment. The owner of the tavern, Shamanduo, was also smiling at the front desk and chatting with the drinkers. At this time, a drinker about 30 or 40 years old. Suddenly, he looked at Shamanduo's side, who was drinking juice, and the boy about 14 or 15 years old teased. Little devil, go and pour uncle a glass of wine. As soon as the drinker said this, the boy who was drinking the juice suddenly widened his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Immediately, he stood up and retorted to the drinker. You are the little devil. I want to go out to sea, become a pirate, and find the legendary treasure. When I find the big treasure, I will cry you drunkards with the treasure. Dash. Chapter 46 Shock and Awe. Silent Tavern. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As soon as the boy said this, Shamanduo who was beside him immediately punched him in the forehead. Boom. Ah. The boy exclaimed in pain. Shamandu then cursed angrily. Stinky boy. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing Shamandu's annoyed look, the young man muttered, but he didn't dare to say anything. This scene immediately made the drinkers around him find the fun of teasing. Ha ha ha, your ambition is not small, but it's still too early for you little devil. I'm not a kid. The boy retorted angrily. The drinker, however, pointed to the juice in the boy's hand and said, only little devils drink juice. This time, the boy who still wanted to refute was choked and speechless. Seeing the young man slumped, the drinkers around laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. It was also when these drinkers were laughing. The wooden door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open. The wind chimes hanging above the wooden door also made a crisp sound. Jingle bell. Advertisement. Driven by the instinct of curiosity, some people in the tavern turned to look at the door. Then, they saw a tall, handsome young man slowly walked into the pub. Immediately afterwards, 2 people walked in from the left and right sides of the youth. On the left is a man with a black eye patch and short silver white hair. On the right is a blue-haired woman wearing a long black windbreaker with a red auspicious cloud pattern embroidered on the windbreaker. After seeing the appearance of the 3 people, the drinkers didn't care. They just looked back under the instinct of curiosity. Now that their curiosity has been satisfied, they are ready to go back and continue drinking. Just when they were about to turn around, a man with a high ponytail, black and red hair, and a long knife on his waist. They followed the 3 of them into the tavern. Seeing that the man was wearing a long knife on his waist, all the drinkers were shocked. Hey hey hey, that guy, with a sword. Are these guys bounty hunters? Or outlaws? No matter who it is, it doesn't look easy to mess with. Shish. Be quiet. It was also when these people whispered. God pain. He also walked slowly into the tavern from outside the door. Advertisement. As soon as he entered the door, Tiandao Pain's icy gaze glanced at everyone present. And this move made him meet a lot of people. But it was this simple eye contact. The drinkers suddenly retracted their heads as if they were frightened. That powerful sense of oppression made them hold their breath unconsciously, and they didn't dare to take a breath. Ah, what's wrong with you? Someone asked out loud when they found that the drinking buddy was in a wrong state. However, the person he questioned did not say anything. Instead, he kept winking at him. Seeing this, some drinkers who were already drunk could not help laughing. What's wrong with you? Eyes cramp. He said so, but he still looked in the direction suggested by his drinking friend. As soon as he raised his eyes, he met Tiandao Pain's pair of renegons. The next second, he lowered his head sharply. Instantly became apprehensive. Cold sweat spilled from his forehead. At that moment, what the drinker saw was not just the pair of purple eyes. Still in those eyes, full of boundless indifference to life. Intuition was frantically warning him. This man is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Advertisement. At this moment, the drinker who met Tiandao Pain's eyes was stupid. That guy, why are you looking at me? Single quote. I offended him. Single quote. Did I just speak too loudly? Single quote. Damn, I said why this guy's eyes cramped, so he was waiting for me here. Single quote. At this moment, another drinker was so shocked that he didn't dare to look up, and he didn't even dare to breathe. Soon, one drinker after another buried their heads, not making a sound. The originally noisy tavern was also quiet in an instant. Only the sound of footsteps was still echoing. Da, 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 da. See this scene. The face of the tavern owner Shamanduo also showed an uncontrollable look of horror. Isn't it? Single quote. Who are these guys? Single quote. I didn't do anything, just walking through the aura made the entire tavern's drinkers afraid to say a word. Single quote. Am I dreaming? Single quote. There are only 5 of them. Single quote. -13%. Chapter 47. If you don't want to die, get out of the labor force. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the astonished eyes of the tavern owner Shamando, Kronos led a group of members to the counter. Seeing this, the surrounding drinkers retreated politely. Whether it was the silence of the drinkers or the retreat of the drinkers, Kronos watched this scene. Several people came to the counter and sat down. Kronos spoke flatly to the tavern owner. Excuse me. Maybe it was Erika's influence. Kronos had a good impression of the tavern. This impression does not refer to the current one, but all of them. So much so that Kronos found himself in the presence of a group of people. When the originally lively tavern became silent, he politely greeted the tavern owner. Shamando heard Kronos startlingly say hello to her. It was not surprising that he froze for a moment. Revisit Kronos. Shamando's perception of Kronos has also changed. Is he the leader of this group? Single quote. Looks like it's a good talk. Single quote. It's just that they don't seem to get along well. Single quote. Thinking like this, Shamando couldn't help but glance at Conan and the others. After a while, Shamando smiled and came to the front of Kronos and asked. Advertisement. Want something to drink? Wine, Kronos responded. Shamando then asked Conan, Gojo Satoru and others. Soon after, Shamando handed the drink to the crowd. Kronos bowed his head and drank, recalling something from the past. But at this moment, he noticed that Shamando was staring at him. This made Kronos raise his head and ask a question in confusion. Is something wrong? Shamando was awakened by Kronos' words, and her face was slightly panicked. Immediately after, seeing Shamanduo hurriedly waving her hands, she smiled awkwardly. No, it's okay, it's okay. I'm just looking at you, it feels a little familiar. Kronos looked at Shamando and said nothing. After some recollection, Kronos was sure that he had never seen Shamando. It was in the space of Kronos's contemplation. Shamando asked again tentatively. Haven't we met before? At the same time, the bandit leader, the madman with a reward of 39 million berry, Estaku. Advertisement. Leading dozens of younger brothers, they came to the front of the tavern in a mighty manner. Looking at the tavern in front of him, Estaku laughed jokingly. Let's go, little ones. Let's meet these so-called pirates. With that said, Steku took the lead and walked in the front. And the bandits who followed behind him. They all showed savage smiles, and followed with their weapons in large strides. Steku approached the wooden door, raised his leg and kicked it hard. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise. The wooden door of the tavern was violently kicked open immediately. Drinkers sitting in the tavern drinking silently. He was taken aback by this unexpected scene. The tavern owner Shamando, who was talking to Kronos, was also startled by the sudden loud noise. Instinctively, the tavern owner and a group of drinkers all looked back. But they saw a figure they were very familiar with, who had already walked in from outside the tavern. As the bandit leader entrenched on this island, the residents of the town are all too familiar with it. At this moment, all the drinkers' faces turned pale. Boundless fear flooded into their hearts, and many people's hands holding wine glasses were trembling slightly. This is Bandit. Why are they here? Didn't they just come a few days ago? Advertisement. Why are you here again today? Look, that's the Bandit King, Madman, Estaku with a bounty of 39 million berry. Why is he here too? Did someone offend them? Everyone was talking in fear. At the end of the conversation, they turned their attention to Kronos and the others who were still drinking with their backs to the bandit. The unusual visit of the bandit right now, plus the visit of the Bandit King. If someone really offended them, that's as long as the group of strangers who just visited the tavern in front of you. After all, except for them. Who on the whole island dares to offend a vicious bandit king like Barry with a bounty of up to 39 million? It was also a time when people were frightened. Steku's figure stood still and looked around. Soon, his eyes fell on Kronos and the others who were still facing away from them. Look at Kronos and the others sitting at the counter. Steku smiled jokingly. Arrogant words spread to every corner of the tavern. Except the pirates, those who don't want to die, get out of the labor force. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Chapter 48 I Hate Bandits. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Steku spoke. The younger brothers who followed behind him also showed fierce expressions at this moment. Shouted at the drinkers around. Roll. Get out of here. Didn't you hear what our boss said? Why don't you get out? One by one, don't want to stay here forever. Intimidated by the bandits, all the drinkers were so frightened that they lost their souls. Regardless of whether the wine was paid or not, everyone turned pale and ran out of the tavern. Rumble, rumble. For a while, the tavern echoed with a noisy sound. And in front of the counter, the tavern owner Shamando was deliberately approaching Kronos at this time. Then, she saw her squatting down and holding her son in her arms. At the same time, he lowered his voice and said to Kronos, "How did you mess with them? They are more vicious than pirates. Their boss even offers a reward of up to 39 million berry, the famously madman Estaku." Advertisement. There are a lot of pirates who died in their hands, so hurry up and run. There's a back door to the room in the tavern. Listen to Shamanduo's sudden reminder. Kronos was also slightly surprised and showed a surprised look. Wuho Satoru on the side, after hearing Shamando's reminder. He also showed a faint smile. In self-defeating circumstances. She even spoke out to help them, but she didn't know she was stupid. Or is there another reason? At this time, Tiandao Pain has slowly put down the wine glass in his hand. Obviously, Tiandao Pain is already planning to start to clean up these noisy bandits. But when he was about to stand up, Kronos lightly pressed his hand to stop Tiandao Pain's actions. Saw Kronos' gesture. Tiandao Pain also decisively stopped moving. And Kronos, looking at Shamando with a smile at the moment, asked curiously. "We're just strangers meeting for the first time. Why are you helping us?" Shamando wasn't surprised that Kronos would ask that. It seemed to see the vigilance in Kronos' heart. Shamando explained softly and calmly. "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you." Advertisement. I always thought you looked familiar, we must have met somewhere. Although you are a pirate, I feel you should be a good person. She didn't wait for Shaman to finish her sentence. Hearing this, Kronos couldn't help laughing softly. Ha ha ha. This sudden laughter from Kronos. Stokes' attention was immediately caught. Look at Kronos with his back still to him. Steku narrowed his eyes slightly, and walked towards Kronos and the others while digging out his ears. Hey, hey, what are you laughing at? It's noisy, you bastard. It's just, for Esteku's wild words. Kronos and others did not take it seriously. If not before, Kronos laying on of hands signaled. I am afraid that all the bandits gathered in the tavern now have to move their heads. It's just, these bandits. But the seriousness of the matter was not discovered at all. Looking at his own boss, he has already spoken out insults. These pirates were still as motionless as musculoskeletal heads, daring not to make a sound. The bandits immediately laughed wildly. Hey, 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 is this the so-called pirate? It's really a bunch of bony heads. Gia haha, a word from the head of the family has already scared them away from being moved. Advertisement. Sure enough, it's the same as the boss said. Pirates, they are just a group of incompetent people who choose to go out to sea because they can't get along on land. Ha ha ha. The bandits laughed loudly throughout the tavern. And Kronos also stood up slowly at this moment. Ji Guiwan, who was on the side, immediately stood up and said to Kronos when he saw this. Let me deal with them, Captain. These guys don't need you to do it yourself. Hear this. Shamando on the side was stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, she lowered her voice again and said to Kronos angrily. Are you crazy? That is the madman Esteku, and he has nearly 100 people under him. And there are only 5 of you, don't you fight them to die. If you're not running, don't be in a hurry. Listen to Shamanduo's reminder again. Kronos turned his head and smiled without saying a word. Immediately afterwards, he turned to look at Jigyu Ueni, and smiled faintly. I hate bandits. Chapter 49 Shoot. Defeat the Bandit King. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hear this from Kronos. All the people present, except Conan and Tiandao Pain, couldn't help but froze for a moment. Shamando looked at Kronos dumbfounded. He whispered in disbelief. Hate. Bandits. Is this crazy? At this moment, Kronos was already a lunatic in Shamando's eyes. He was clearly in danger and was surrounded by dozens of bandits in this tavern. You dare to provoke a bandit? Is this really? Don't die. Unlike Shamando, Shamanduo thinks so because she doesn't know Kronos. It's also unclear how powerful Kronos is. But Gojo Satoru, who was a crew member, knew it very well. The strength of your own captain. But very strong. Gojo Satoru narrowed his eyes and looked at the bandits, gradually turning into pity. It's the first time you can make the captain hate you guys, it's the first time. The bandits at this time were still unaware that the danger was coming. They also didn't take anything Kronos said earlier. As the head of the bandit, Steku laughed arrogantly. Advertisement. He looked at Kronos jokingly while digging out his ears. Hey hey hey. Did I hear it right? Little ones. What did this guy just say? What do you hate most? Bandits. Do you think this is playing home? At the end of the sentence, Steku's expression suddenly became hideous. And the younger brothers behind him. Then he echoed Steku's words and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. However, among the bandits, there was one person without a smile on his face. His complexion was strange, and his eyes had been staring at the black long trench coats on Conan and Tiandao Pain. This dress, how come I seem to have seen it there? Single quote. By this time, Kronos had turned and walked slowly towards Steku. Watching Kronos turn and come, Steku snorted disdainfully again and sneered. A pirate is a pirate, all with a silly face, just. Steku's words were only half finished. Kronos, who was still 3 or 4 meters away from him, instantly appeared in front of him. Seeing the sudden appearance of Kronos, Steku was shocked. Not good. Single quote. Thoughts arose. Steku was about to draw the long knife around his waist. Advertisement. But Kronos, why give him this chance? Didn't wait for Steku to react. Kronos' fist wrapped around Haki and hit him hard in the face. Boom. A dull beating sounded. With just one punch, Kronos shattered several of Esteku's teeth. The whole person also flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. The wooden door of the tavern collapsed heavily. Call out. Boom. Boom rumble. At this moment, everyone in the tavern was stunned. The laughter of the bandit who was still laughing abruptly stopped. They didn't even see what was happening, and they couldn't react. What just happened? At this moment, the entire tavern fell into a dead silence. And Kronos, too, stood up straight. With a playful look on his face, he looked down at Estakudao, who was lying just outside the door of the tavern. Is that all you can do? When Kronos said this, the audience was in an uproar. The bandits also woke up suddenly. Fa. What happened? Where's the boss? Advertisement. There was a gust of wind just now. That's the head of the house. The head of the family was beaten up by this kid. At this moment, all the bandits had disbelieving expressions on their faces. Without exception, they turned their heads and looked outside the tavern. I saw a tall man with a long knife on his waist lying on the ground. At this time, blood was dripping from his face. Countless shards of sawdust spread all over his body. And this, isn't it his boss, isn't it his own boss? He is the existence of invincible in everyone's mind. But right now, he's just like this, he was inexplicably defeated. Isn't it? This is the master. Am I dreaming? The head of the house was beaten up. That guy defeated the boss. Hey, is this a joke? I didn't even see when he shot. At this moment, the pupils of the bandits were shaking violently. His face was full of unbelievable shock. Chapter 50. Be careful, I kill you. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Shamanduo, who was behind the counter, was also stunned at the moment. I saw her pupils shrink sharply. Looking at Kronos' eyes, gradually changed from worry to confusion, and then to shock. He actually beat the bandit king. Is that a lie? Am I dreaming? Shamando's eyes widened, his eyes fixed on Kronos' back. Some can't believe what they are seeing right now is real. And the young man who was hugged by Shaman Duo. The eyes are full of light at this moment. He looked at Kronos' back with a strange look in his eyes. This big brother is amazing. He ignored the bandits around him. Kronos looked at Steku, who was lying on the ground, covering his face and curled up in pain, and walked over slowly. Seeing Kronos take a step closer, the surrounding bandit leaders all took a step back subconsciously in fear. Looking at the little leader, he was scared back. Not to mention the rest of the little bandits. But soon, a small leader reacted. This step back is not just this small step. It's your own future. I haven't even started fighting yet, and I'm so scared that I back away. What kind of prestige will I have in the future? Thinking like this, the little leader immediately raised the weapon in his hand and shouted. Little ones. This despicable pirate sneaked up on the boss. Let's avenge the boss. Advertisement. Come on, chop them up. The little boss shouted in a high-pitched tone. It's just that he hasn't waited for the bandits behind him to respond. The crew on the Kronos side took the lead. Clang. Accompanied by this crisp sound. Ji Guiwan's sun knife hanging from his waist suddenly unsheathed half an inch. A terrifying aura also burst out from Jigyu Yuani's body in an instant. And Jigyu Yuani also responded with Wudiaowu, Conan, and Tiandao Pain. Almost at the same moment, all three of them burst out with a terrifying aura. Under the pressure of the terrifying breath of the three. Even the wooden floor of the tavern collapsed at this moment. Doom. Crack. Kick. The terrifying cracks like cobwebs immediately spread all over the place. There is a strong wind formed by the pressure of terror. At this moment, it blows across the faces of the bandits. Call. At this time, Wujo Satoru's calm voice with strong killing intent also slowly came out. Be careful, I kill you. As soon as these words came out, all the bandits present were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. Don't dare to take any action. The biting chill, from the head to the heels, made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. At this moment, their legs are swaying. His body was shaking violently like a sieve. These guys. Who are they? Advertisement. This sense of oppression. Are these guys monsters? No. Don't act rashly. The strength of these guys is not at the same level as this one. If we fight them, we will die. At this moment, the pupils of the bandits shrank, and there was only fear in their eyes. The look in the eyes of Kronos was like looking at Shinigami. A guy who can take a group of guys with such terrifying strength as his subordinates. And people who can make these guys so maintain its own strength. How strong must Yamato be? How unlucky. Will they provoke such a terrifying existence? However, for this group of bandits who were so frightened that they stood on both sides and dared not move, Kronos simply ignored it. Don't even look at it. Just like that, in the avenue formed by the many bandits on both sides, he swaggered towards Estaku. Da da da. At this moment, there was only the sound of Kronos' footsteps in the tavern. He came to Sterku, who was curled up lying on the ground. Kronos grabbed Steku's collar with one hand. Immediately lift him up. A solid punch from Kronos. At this time, Esteku has already broken the picture. Not only the 2 rows of teeth in the mouth were broken, but even the bridge of the nose was broken. Now facing Kronos, Esteku has long been scared. Where is the previously arrogant arrogance? Looking at the indifferent Kronos who lifted his hand, Sidku waved his hands and pleaded with tears in his eyes. Sorry. Advertisement. Leave me. Let me go. However, for Steku's pleasing words, Kronos simply turned a deaf ear. Looking at Steku, a smile appeared on Kronos' face. Immediately afterwards, I saw him holding Esteku in one hand and a fist in the other. To tell you the truth, your arrogant words in front of you made me very angry. So much so that now I, still very angry. With that, the smile on Kronos' face disappeared. The fist that wrapped Haki, and at the same moment, greeted Steku's face again. Bang, bang, bang. Kronos punched Steku in the face, punch after punch. Not too strong, but not too small. Seeing that all the bandits in the tavern were pale and trembling with fear. Evil. Demon. This guy is a terrifying cold-blooded demon. All the bandits were trembling with fear. In the end, Esteku was beaten to death by Kronos. He looked at Stekuna's sluggish body. Kronos paused for a moment, then looked at his fist, which was covered in red blood. After wiping it off with Steku's clothes, Kronos turned his head indifferently and glanced at the bandits in the tavern. Then, his eyes fell on Tiandao Pain and others. He spoke calmly and indifferently. Done them. Dash.